The old rhymes, they're on my mind. We're one tribe, we share our memories clear and bright. We walk as one, our lines are bound together. We share fate, we share one fate. We shall
Voices calling under one. A glorious vision, what may come. Now let our exes sing an anthem, the glory of our wars. Protector of the free lands, we redeem our mission. We're brothers one by one. Divides the valiant sons. By brackers, it's our destiny. We are the chosen. We are the children. We are forged in fire and made of stone. We are the guardians of the realm from the beginning till the end. We will praise the divine who will last till eternity. Forged in fire, we were born.
We're made of stone by our Father's hand, gave life to us and more. Then from father to son, he made us wolves, the guardians of the land. Still we carry on, stand side by side.
We will defeat the fiercest enemy. We are the chosen. We are the children. We are forged in fire and made of stone. We are the guardians of the realm from the beginning till the end.
We will praise the
Так, и всем здорово. Погнали. Аж так понимаю, это продолжение будет. Сейчас надо или надо запускать. Вы сервер знает, но загрузка. Продолжите кнопочки, у вас не существует. Так. Вот. Так, ну что нам пути? Главное, чтобы чуть еды хватило. Так, пойдем, наверное,
Every
туда.
evening since you left Greenglade, you have looked at Goren's books and tried to prize out the knowledge that they hold. But now, you must admit to yourself that you can't decipher them. They are written in the learned language for high magi, and Lot Yonan didn't teach you that. However, you're sure that the books are important. Why else would Goren want them sent to Turga the Fair-Faced? You put them away with a sigh, and your eyes remain on the bag that Lot Yonan gave you. Did Goren ask Lot Yonan to return the magical artifacts in the pouch? You pick up the pouch and look at it.
Lot Yonan forbade me from opening the pouch.
Он-то запретил, так ученик-то помер. Открывай, кажется.
Goren is dead, and you want to know what you're lugging around with you through the length and breadth of Girdlegard. You grasp at the pouch with an uninvolved expression so that the twins don't think you're acting against Lot Yonan's instructions. You undo the knot with nimble fingers. A piercing, bone-splitting sound rings out, and small spheres of light shoot into the air, ending in colourful explosions.
By Fracas Zammer and all the fires of his forge!
The twins jump up immediately and draw their weapons. You curse and quickly close the pouch again.
By the mountains of Girdlegard! What was that, Scholar?
I just wanted to examine the magical trap. It's for thieves, in case someone tries to steal the pouch.
You try to act normally, so that they don't realize you got just as much a shock as they did. Boindale looks at the pouch with animosity.
Magical frippery!
The twins sit down again, and you slowly recover. Just like previous nights, you are haunted by the image of the elf maiden nailed to the tree in Greenglade. You wake from your sleep and look around you. The night is unusually dark. Despite your good dwarven eyes, you can only make out Boendal's outline, even though he's keeping watch only a few steps away. You're about to lie down again, but suddenly feel something cold against your throat. Next to you, the pale face of an elf slides into view.
Good evening. I'm afraid we missed each other in Greenglade, so my companion had to receive you on her own.
Откуда я? Что? Хороший. Просто если такое ощущение, что в любом случае он мне просто город прирежет и все.
You don't have much experience with Alpha, and only want to act when you're sure that it will achieve something.
Don't worry, I won't kill you. Not yet. Do you know what I am going to do instead?
You feverishly search for an answer, but you can't even imagine how an Alpha thinks.
I will kill everyone who means anything to you. I will destroy your life, and you will sink into hopelessness, groundling. Your downfall is called Synthras.
You tense your muscles, readying to defend yourself, but suddenly realize that the blade against your throat has disappeared. You look around, astonished. The Alf is nowhere to be seen. You look over to Boendal, who is easy to recognize in the bright moonlight. Next to you, Boindil smacks his lips in his sleep. You touch your throat, and when you don't feel anything, you breathe out, relieved.
Just a nightmare.
At least that's what you tell yourself. But you don't close your eyes for the rest of the night.
Да. Раз, два, три, четыре. Раз, два. В принципе, не важно, куда я пойду, везде как будет.
Boindil unwraps his dwarf cheese again and cooks it on the fire. When he offers you a piece, you take it.
I knew we'd make a dwarf of you in the end.
You chew on the cheese so you don't have to answer. It tastes better than you first thought. You arrive at a small, bustling village. One thing is clearly missing from the lively scene. The sound of metal on metal from the village smithy that would normally be heard above everything else at this time of day. A dour, grim-looking man is sitting in front of the forge with his right arm in a sling. His expression brightens as he sees you, and he jumps to his feet.
Dear dwarves, could I interest you in helping me in my workshop for a day?
The man's expression is somewhere between desperation and hope. As you don't answer immediately, he continues.
You will, of course, be royally rewarded for your work. I can offer you 100 gold pieces.
What
happened to your arm? A stupid accident. A box of blanks fell down. I was trying to catch it. It will heal, fortunately, but I won't be able to wield my hammer for a while.
You must have quite a backlog of work.
You nod sympathetically. You always felt bad if you were ill or couldn't work in the forge for some reason or other.
Loads. But if what I hear about the metalworking skills of the dwarves is true, it will be easy for you to manage it in a day.
I'll help you. I worked in a forge for a while.
You modestly conceal that in this case, a while means almost a whole human lifetime. A little later, you are standing in the workshop, examining the smith's inferior tools, while he fires up the forge and prepares everything for the job as well as he can with just one good arm. You weren't able to persuade the twins to help you. As warriors, they'd rather go hunting, Boindil declared. But you think it's more probable that you'll find them drinking beer. But you don't care. You're excited about being able to smith again after such a long time. Hours later, you have forgotten everything around you. The heat of the forge, the sweat on your warm skin, the play of the flames. You're in your element and work as if in a trance. The smith left the workshop ages ago with a satisfied grin on his face.
Wait, I'm talking to you.
You look up in surprise. Everything but the beating of the hammer had ceased to exist, and you didn't notice that someone has come in.
Can you do it?
You immediately dislike the middle-aged man. He sounds you out so doggedly with his light grey eyes that it feels as though he wants to look right through you and into your deepest thoughts. The man points to two horses.
Those two, in 1 hour.
With the forge hammer in your hand, you play dumb. You blink and look back and forth between the horses and the man.
What's the deal with the horses?
You expect the man to fly off the handle, but you feel even more uneasy when he asks you quietly and very slowly to please re-shoe the two horses.
А если это злодей?
These two need chewing? No problem.
The man doesn't look convinced, but you get to work with confidence. Two more armed men are standing next to the horses, sizing you up.
Давай пообщаемся. Мы дружелюбны.
You're mercenaries, I take it.
You're only trying to engage in conversation, but the man looks at you incredulously, as if he didn't expect dwarves to be able to talk.
Something like that.
Got lots of work? Oh, do you know anything about the armies of orcs from the south?
We can't complain.
The man's tone makes it clear that the conversation has ended here. You carry out the work in silence. As the leader of the mercenaries pays you, you have the feeling that he is trying to transfix you with his eyes. The men leave the workshop without a word. The men join a larger group of horsemen, more than a dozen, outside the village. You stay hidden and listen.
Not here in the village. Go. Search the road between here and Clintarligan.
The other mercenaries nod and the group rides off. You can't make head nor tail of what's going on here, but you don't like it. You tell the twins about your encounter, and they decide to be especially vigilant over the next days. You spend the night in the smith's house and move on the next morning.
Так, пошли, наверное, сюда. Идем в этот поселок. Еще может потом корком сюда заглянем. Что там происходит? Кто-то живой там остался.
Axeldale is shrouded in an eerie silence as you approach. There's not a single fishing boat on the river, and many of the houses are now just burnt-out ruins.
The pig-nosed beasts have made a grim job of it. Seems they don't like fish.
Boendal gives his brother a reproachful look. There are dead bodies everywhere, but it seems to you that there should be more of them. For a brief moment, you hope that the villagers had fled. But then you realize that the orcs were probably hungry after their victory, and your stomach turns. Boendal lays a hand on your shoulder.
Let's go. There's nothing more we can do for these people. But maybe there are others we can help.
Вот, получается, я не прошел, им не помог, и все, их сам сожрали. Класс.
Once you reach the top of the hill above Goodwater, you can see what is left of the village. The sea of red roof tiles has given way to a forest of burnt black ruins. Shattered wooden planks and bent iron bars are all that is left of the gate.
I couldn't save them. Even the reinforced gate.
А, я ж ворота ставил, да. В смысле? Я же усилил
You see
оборону.
light through the trees some way from the path. It inevitably brings to mind your encounter with the woodcutters. You tell the dwarves about your encounter with the woodcutters and how they grilled you. Not exactly your proudest moment.
I'll deal with them. They won't make the mistake of taking on a dwarf again.
Humans are not our enemies, Boindel.
Ну они ж бандиты. Хотя вот тут, конечно, тоже такая дилемма, а вдруг это разлетится и потом нас ненавидеть будут. Но они это заслуживают.
Boindil grins widely, and before Boendal can stop him, he stomps off. You lie awake in your camp and think about the woodcutter's roast that you had for dinner. The rabbit was the best thing you've eaten in a long time. It tasted of victory.
Oh, well.
Why are the Magus's vaults here in the middle of nowhere? And why does the Lord of Yonandar live in a vault and not in a castle?
It's to do with the magical fields that spread out under Girdlegard, so the 5 magical realms are found where the fields are at their strongest.
And that's why he lives in the vaults? To be closer to the underground magic?
No, it's more to do with security. 200 students of magic and a source of almost unlimited magical energy. The Magus thought that an underground vault was a more suitable place to train than Master Nudin's tower in the middle of Parista.
The farmstead has been plundered, ravaged, and parts set on fire. But not all of the buildings are destroyed. You call out for any survivors, but there is no answer. You split up and search for
Пошли
signs of
поищем.
life in the burned-out ruins of the farmstead. You take on the main building. You don't find anything, apart from a charred doll. And the twins have no luck either. There are no signs of life. With a heavy heart, you decide to turn around and continue on your way with the twins.
Надо было идти тогда не сюда, а идти пинать орк. Ладно.
As you near Calmstead, you see that the surrounding fields are in flames. The sound of fighting reaches your ears. You hear the screams of the villagers and the roar of the orcs.
Давай уже пинать тогда, чё? Чё они? Саму брель. Так, чё у меня тут есть?
Yes?
Help! Let us out!
There are still people in the houses!
Let's get them out of there, and quickly.
Yeah! Who's next?
Никак не.
Yeah! All right, yes!
Vile creature!
Ow! Another one bites the dust!
Вот легче сказать, чем сделать, на самом деле, спасти их.
Yeah! They put up a fight! Who's next? He hardly put up a fight!
Vile creature!
Yeah! Who's next?
I can't do that yet! Please wait a moment! Kill!
I didn't hit you very hard!
Vile creature!
Another one bites the dust!
And again!
He hardly put up a fight!
I can't do that yet! Please wait a moment!
Кто ты?
Yeah!
I can't do that yet!
Да выйти с окружения, а то
And what now? As good as done! On my way! I didn't hit you very hard! Too easy!
Pretty hard! I need help over here!
We put up a fight! Who's next?
мне все-таки Бобоиндил больше всего нравится. Этими вот махачем.
Pow! Another one bites the dust!
Understood. And again. Kill. And again. Vile creature.
Ну, их ваншотать все-таки можно, если повалил на землю.
And again.
Они потом ваншотаются. Здорово.
Who's next?
Kill.
Так, вы там что, вы там еще деретесь?
Vile creature.
Yeah! I am Boroda! Give me a hand! As good as done! Yeah!
I didn't hit you very hard.
And again.
Too easy. I didn't hit you very hard.
Please wait a moment.
Yeah!
Слишком много жителей погибло в огне. Камни стоят на краю. Да, то такое. Это в начале, прям там на мосту, когда стоишь. Тут нету врагов, которые тебя могут столкнуть, поэтому это вот такое.
Who's next?
On my way.
А ты пойдешь, нет?
And again. Kill.
Yeah! What is it? What is it?
I didn't hit you very hard.
Так, один момент. Так, все, сорян, надо было. Тут, блин, просто непонятно, так, с какой скоростью мне надо это все делать. Слишком много этих умерло. Ой.
I can't do that yet. Killed.
Too easy.
And again. Killed. And again. Killed.
Я нет, могу через...
Vile creature.
паузу, скажем так.
Yes? What is it?
Если бы он хотя бы врагов посвечивал, то... А, блин, этот упал. Жопа. Даже он успел-то упасть, но...
I didn't hit you very hard. What is it?
Yes? They're hitting me pretty hard! Yeah! I need help over here, quickly!
Да не могла тебе в помощь.
Vile creature! Yeah! Kill!
Ты сам справиться можешь. Тебя верю. Иди сюда, иди сюда. Оп-оп-оп-оп.
On my way.
Vile creature!
Too easy. Yes. What is it?
And again! They're hitting me pretty hard!
Yes.
Huh?
Huh? Pow! Another one bites the dust.
I need help over here, quickly!
Ой-ой, ой-ой.
What is it?
Huh?
Too easy. Yeah. Huh?
Yes?
Yeah. Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Another one bites dust.
Yeah. As good as done. On my way. Yes?
Huh?
Того мы понять не можем, да?
Huh?
Мне надо их спасти, походу.
Huh?
And again. As good as done.
Тю ты. Я не этим занимался даже, походу.
All right. Yeah.
Тьфу. Надо было двери в дома проламывать, а не мужика убить.
Another one bites the dust. Yeah. Too easy.
He hardly put up a fight!
As good as done. Who's next? Yeah.
And again!
Или нам куда-то сюда.
He hardly put up a fight! And again! Vile creature! And again!
Ай-яй. Ай-яй. Сейчас бы главным героем в толпу завалиться.
They're hitting me pretty hard. Yeah. I need help over here, quickly. Yeah. Who's next?
Вон освободить 20, пока не сгорело 10. Хочу сказать, что не сделать-то, конечно. Погнали. Пытаемся хотя бы.
I didn't hit you very hard. And what now? I didn't hit you very hard.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
On my way.
Vile creature. Kill. Vile creature. And again. Kill.
Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Wait a moment. Vile creature.
Too easy.
Так, вот сейчас нормально себя освобождаю.
Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Фу, успели. Людей спасли уже, хоть кого-то спасли.
As soon as the last orc is killed, you and the twins free the remaining villagers.
It would seem the stories are true. Dwarves really are the best orc killers. We don't have much that we can offer you. Maybe we can rustle up some food.
I'm sorry, but
Вы
we
сами
can't
не
accept this.
помните.
We can't let you leave empty-handed. If you won't accept anything else, then at least allow us to prepare a feast for you this evening.
Your protests fall on deaf ears. The food is simple but hearty farmer's fare. The beer strong by human standards. And there's also dancing. You only really stayed on out of politeness. But you and the twins end up emptying tankard after tankard. The next morning, you set off again in good spirits and with full stomachs.
20 еды, нормально. Старого кофе, кстати.
I don't like it here. All this hocus pocus is bad news. Us dwarves know that and keep well away, just as Vracus commanded. I hope you know that too.
I cannot perform magic, and I've never attempted to. Nevertheless, please show respect. Remember that it was Lot Yonan who took me in and saved me.
Now then, it would seem that the tongue of the learned one becomes somewhat haughtier, and his sentences doth wind most strangely as we verily approach the vaults.
You can't help but grin guiltily. With a beseeching glance at the twins, you step into the area in front of the vaults. Seeing no one there you might greet, you and your companions enter your old home through the open gate.
Старого Патрикса. Опять опаздываешь. Ты вчера где была?
Who the hell built this tunnel?
Bowendahl examines the crumbling roof with a mixture of disbelief and indignation.
Be quiet. I want to surprise them.
Is that such a good idea? What if we give your master such a shock that he casts a spell on us? I don't want to be turned into a mouse or a bar of soap.
It is unusually quiet in the vaults, but the smell of dinner is in the air. You imagine Frala looking up at you from her cooking pot in the kitchen and smiling.
There's boiled and roasted meat for dinner. Come on.
That's no reason to go and get ourselves turned into something weird. We'll stay here until you're finished with your little game.
Ладно. Так, он сказал на кухне. Никого нет.
Lumps of meat rise up and appear on the brown, bubbling surface of the soup before sinking back down out of sight. The hearty smell makes your mouth water.
A human foot?
Your stomach turns, and you have to fight hard against the impulse to run out of the kitchen screaming.
Кажется, всех тут перебили. Человеческая нога, это некто был. Надо как-то на торговца выйти или где-нибудь вообще еду раздобыть. Патрикс, где еда? Еду тащись.
You look around the workshop with growing panic. No one to be seen.
Совсем уже приходится без еды, не стыдно.
A couple of weeks ago, this anvil was my whole world. Now my world's a whole lot bigger.
На фоне. Слышь, занят. Чем там может быть занят? Ну ничем полезным, лучше стримчик смотри. Совсем обурил. Еще еду не приносит. Вообще.
What happened here? Speak!
Ah, another one.
У него молота или топора, да?
Don't even think of using magic, or I'll lodge this pretty piece of steel in your brain.
It takes the famulus a few seconds to comprehend the situation he's suddenly found himself in. He seems to weigh up his options for a moment before he breathes out and the tension leaves his body.
All right, I won't use magic.
What happened here? Where is everyone?
For a while, the famulus seems to be playing with the idea of being stubborn. Bowendahl pushes a little harder on the end of the crow's beak, and the tip penetrates the skin. Blood seeps out.
They're gone. Dead.
A school full of magi destroyed without any signs of struggle? Lies.
The facts seem stacked against it, but you cling on to this faint hope.
Lot Yonan's famuli were already in Parista. There were only novices left. We made easy work of them. The Elfar, Syntharas, he insisted on being part of the raid after he found out that you grew up here. He opened the gates and killed most of those here before they even knew what was happening.
In your mind's eye, you see a pale face appearing from the darkness. You saw what Elfar are capable of in Greenglade. You push the thought to the back of your mind and try to keep a clear head.
Да, rocket stool.
Lot Yonan. Where is he?
Nodon killed him. He killed all of them in Parista. There's no one left in Girdlegard who can take on the last Magus.
You're saying that someone took on all 6 of the Magi at once and defeated them? Ridiculous.
5 Magi. My master Nudin is Nodon the Doublefold, the Lord of the Perished Land and soon to be Lord of Girdlegard. He killed the masters, and the apprentices followed soon after. They're all gone, and he changed the magic field so that only we can use them.
An icy hand grabs your heart. It's impossible that there's only a single Magus left, and he's not fighting against, but for the Perished Land.
Именно. Патрик, все равно ты ничем не занимаешься.
Why are you snooping around in Lot Yonan's study? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for artifacts that Lot Yonan, when he was in Parista, claimed he had forgotten and left in a cupboard. And for the books that were stolen from Greenglade. I'm guessing you're the dwarves that stole the books.
What does your master want with the artifacts and the books?
I don't know. He commands, we obey. He's going to be very displeased. I did find a bag in the cupboard, but it didn't contain the right objects.
I've had enough of your lies. They're alive. Lot Yonan escaped and has gathered his apprentices, Frala, and the others around him to fight against Nodon. We just have to find them.
The war was over before you even noticed it had begun. Nodon cannot be stopped. He is on his way here and will just...
Blah, blah. We will leave immediately. This news is of great importance to the Council of Dwarves.
I'm not going anywhere. I have to find my friends and I...
Orcs! Lots of them!
Может, не надо? Ничего, это стрёмно. Пошли, чё? Главное не упасть куда-нибудь в жопу.
Creature. I didn't hit you very hard. Ow! Another one bites the dust. Vile creature.
Так, желательно выйти из окружения. Что, окружение мне далеко не надо. ХП как бы может регениться, поэтому.
Another one bites the dust. And again. I have Boroda. Give me a hand. Kill. And again, just need a little rest.
А, меня завалило, походу. Не наравне. Ужас.
Kill. I didn't hit you very hard. And again. Ow! Another one bites the dust. Creature. Too easy. What is it?
Yes?
What is it? Fire creature. They're hitting me pretty hard. Who's next? And again. Ow! Another one bites the dust. Fire creature. Kill. Ow! And again. Hey! Kill. There are too many of them.
The side door in the workshop. It's our only chance.
Довести всех троих туда. Просто такие подохли. Как-то обсуждали, померли. Понятно. Так, давайте мы тогда сразу сюда пойдем. Идите сюда, во. Так вот и будем храбро сражаться. Сразу вместе, куда нам надо.
Too easy. Kill. I didn't hit the pillars. We could knock some of them down and bury those runts.
I can't do that yet.
Please wait a moment. And again.
Колонны это, конечно, хорошо, только их сильно много вы не находите.
Kill. And again. Kill.
Another one bites the dust. Next? Too easy. And again. Kill. And again. Vile creature.
Колпа пока и не будет, вообще.
Kill. There are too many of them.
The side door in the workshop. It's our only chance.
And what now?
They're hitting me pretty hard. I need help over here, quickly.
Ай, я сейчас заплечу, да?
He hardly put up a fight.
Vile creature.
Understood. I didn't hit you very hard. Another one bites the dust. Yes?
Huh?
Ну, мы все втроем
And
тут.
what now?
Huh?
Yes?
As good as done.
Boroda, give me a hand.
Ага.
He hardly put up a fight. I just need a little rest.
Тоже он и ты рот. Все, что вы от меня хотите-то? Или надо прям колонны? А, у меня же еще есть этот. Тут я забыл. Чё? А, все, да, колонна меня чуть не убила. Класс. Прилег. Ты серьезно? Пробежал и прилег такой дело.
Another one bites the dust. Vile creature. And again. Too easy.
Over here, quickly. Kill.
And again.
Kill.
А, ну так вот. Главное, хотя бы один герой должен выжить, но при этом хоть один умирает, и сразу такой, ну все, вы проиграли.
The side door in the workshop. It's our only chance.
Ow! Of course! Yeah!
They're hitting me pretty hard.
Too easy!
Huh?
On my way!
Ага, вот теперь так засчиталось. Понятно, в чем был в прошлый раз прикол. Так, разрубающий. Ага. Или натиск.
Damn.
The first 20 are mine.
You have come
You're welcome,
far,
sir.
but this is far enough. Give me the artifacts and the books you stole in Greenglade, and I'll set you free.
What's with the artifacts and the books?
They belong to me.
Lord Yonan was supposed to bring them to Forrester, but forgot them. So, I came to pick them up. That's all you need to know.
What have you done to the other Magi? Your famulus told us some cock and bull story about you forcing them and their famuli to go to Porista and then murdering them.
I did what had to be done to protect Girdlegard. I wish there had been another way, but they would never have understood.
Do your eyes deceive you, or do you really see a brief moment of real regret on the swollen face of the Magus?
You wanting my rucksack is enough reason for me not to give it to you.
I don't need your consent. Look after the rucksack. If you lose it, you will also lose your life. Go back to your realm, dwarves, and let your king know that I need his land. Either he hands it over without a drop of blood being spilt, or my troops and allies take it by force. You can take this one with you. I have no use for him.
Invisible wizard, Maya!
Look!
Let me handle her. Kill the dwarves.
Ой-ой. Кажется, что-то пошло не так.
The rucksack! The artifacts! If he wants them so badly, they might be the key to his destruction.
There's the orc with the rucksack. Let's get him!
Ох ты, свадьба. Ой. Вставай. Вставай. Говорю. Так, обойти можно. Ах ты ж говнюк, ну. Ох ты ж мать. Думаю, спинным мозгом вырвем позвоночник. Да походу надо. Ладно, этот я думал он убегает, он прям совсем не убегает с поля боя, значит надо драться просто.
The rucksack! The artifacts! If he wants them so badly, they might be the key to his destruction.
There's the orc with the rucksack. Let's get him!
We hardly put up a fight!
I can't do that yet. Just wait a moment.
Так, а ты... Да, шо вон и ты... Да, это ж пиздец просто. Какая-то жесть, мы подыхаем прям все. Надо попытаться, видимо, и правда просто всех отгнать. В смысле, так, подожди, нет. Ага, то как они так отлетают? Они отлетают за 5 секунд, а что я должен был сделать? Серьезно.
Even take off my gloves.
Please wait a moment.
No chance.
Yes? What is it? I didn't hit you very hard.
What a waste of time.
Another one.
Давайте хоть немного отхиляемся.
What a waste of time. No chance.
Ай-яй, уходи, уходи оттуда. И отходи тоже.
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
I am Boroda. Give me a hand.
Так, сюда подошел, да?
What a waste of time.
And what now?
Yes?
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
And again. I didn't hit you very hard.
Его надо как-то зажать его вот так вот.
Too easy. Kill. Ow! Another one.
Do you think it's smart? Just let him
Let's get out of
die
here.
here?
Over the bridge.
Hey, how about some help?
Так, сам help мне, можно help мне? Пожалуйста.
Another one bites the dust.
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here?
Но с выходом не должно оставаться врага. А где выход это покажи?
Hey, how about some help?
А, он там, да?
I didn't hit you very hard.
Так,
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here?
And who's next?
так, а ну все разошлись.
Over here, quickly!
Hey, how about some help?
Bites the dust.
Hit me pretty hard!
Too
Do you think it's
easy.
smart? Just letting me die over here?
I need help over here, quickly!
А, ну у нее хотя бы отхил какой-то есть.
Hey, how about some help? Just letting me die over here?
Главное это вовремя отходить раненым.
Hey, how about some help?
Тогда еще как-то можно выживать.
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here? Hey, how about some help?
Hitting me pretty hard. And again.
Так, да уходи оттуда. Шо он?
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here? Hey, how about some help?
Yes?
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here? Hey, how about some help?
Так, ну она хотя бы бессмертная вроде как.
What a waste of time.
Yes.
And I didn't even take off my
Валим, валим.
Another one bites the dust. Too easy.
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here?
I didn't hit you very hard. What is it? And what now? What creature?
А, ну тут бесконечно будет подниматься, я понял.
What a waste of time.
Да какого ж... А что так хорошо начинал? Просто под топор залез один и все.
The rucksack! The artifacts! If he wants them so badly, they might be the key to his destruction.
There's the orc with the rucksack. Let's get him. Yes, too easy. What is it, huh? I didn't hit you very hard.
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
Нож себе ты. Да, не, ну это песос уже, да. Этим уходить никуда нельзя, там, что он впадает в ярость, и потом, хрен ты, он куда-либо выберется. Какое же говнище, ну.
The rucksack! The artifacts! If he wants them so badly, they might be the key to his destruction.
There's the orc with the rucksack. Let's get him.
Если еще эти как-то не были, я не знаю, там.
What is it?
Так, это идет, да.
I need help over here, quickly!
Ох, у этого, конечно, замах. Это по факту один из самых. Так, иди помогать. Поэтому понятия они вообще заканчиваются. Я их так что-то бью.
The rucksack! There's the...
Hello, конечно.
Yes? Wild creature. I didn't hit you very hard. Huh? I need help over here, quickly.
Вы там вдвоем-то справитесь с ним.
Take off my gloves.
I didn't hit you very hard. Don't rush me.
What is it?
What a waste of time.
Another one.
А ты можешь отойти ему за спину.
Wild creature. I didn't hit you very hard.
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
Да ты какого хрена там уже лазишь, ну? Ты его никогда не прикрываешь, объясни почему. Просто весело.
I've got the rucksack.
Let's get up.
I didn't hit you very hard. Hit me pretty hard. Pow! Another one bites the dust. Fine creatures.
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
I didn't hit you very hard. What is it? Too easy.
Так, теперь я хочу понять, куда мне на самом деле идти.
I didn't hit you very hard. Another one bites the dust. I'm with you.
Так, все сюда.
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here? And I didn't even take off my gloves.
Yes.
Че, этот у нас там, поэтому он должен больше всего урона в себя
I
выносить.
didn't hit you very hard. Who's next? Too easy.
How about some help?
Ты и сама там справишься же. Там лакаться вроде и правда.
What is it? What is it? Ow! Another one bites the dust.
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here?
Too easy. And again. I didn't hit you very hard.
Hey, how about some help?
Ow! Hey! Huh?
He hardly put up a fight.
How about some help?
Another one bites the dust. Too easy.
Как могу, так
I
и
didn't
помогаю
hit you very
женщине.
hard.
Я уже это начинает постепенно умирать, вы понимаете? Насколько все плохо.
Too easy. Ow! Another one
Do you think
bites
it's
the
smart?
dust.
Just letting me die over here?
Too easy. I didn't hit you
Если бы она
very
нас
hard.
еще хиляла, было бы вообще замечательно.
What a waste of time.
Another one bites the dust.
У этого хотя бы вот он в основном практически всех валит с ног. А дальше можем добить после
Another
этого
one bites the dust.
спокойно.
Too easy. I didn't hit you very hard. Too easy. Ow! Another one bites the dust. I didn't hit you very hard. Ow! Another one bites the dust.
Так, а нам это вообще.
I didn't hit you very hard.
А,
Understood.
о, свалили.
Let's get out of here.
Неплохо.
Retreat? We should fight on!
We would die. Perhaps you've noticed that Nodon has risen again, headless. He is more powerful than the Perish Land itself, but the key to his destruction is in here.
We will return to the Secondlings and tell them what the Magus is up to. We'll be safe at Ogre's death, and there we can hatch a plan.
If we manage to get there. Nodon will do anything to stop us.
Then let him try!
Хрю-хрю. Его даже выбрать нельзя. Он сам знает, что он хочет. Я даже не знаю. Вот у него, если бы у него хп больше было бы зашибись. Это он так урывается в толпу и умирает там. Просто лицо разбивает. Ну, почему поставить? Так-то больше некуда.
Ha! That was fun. What's next?
Boindil looks at you, and the sparkle in his eyes goes out.
We are both very sorry about what happened here, Tungdil.
He told me, Cynthia. I convinced myself that...
You gulp and turn away from your friends.
Друзей.
Ha! That's what I call a goodly challenge. Cover me.
Not a good idea if you want to go on living, dwarf.
You've got quite a big mouth for someone who sounds like a girl.
You are Andikai, the Tempestuous, right?
Correct. And you are Tungdil, Lot Yonan's charge.
Honorable Maga, what news of Lot Yonan? Does he live?
Andikai looks at you in silence, pain and rage slowly spreading across her face.
He is dead, Tungdil. Along with Myra, Turga, and Sabora. Nod-on killed them all, and destroyed the Council of Magi.
The certainty of their death is painful. It feels as though someone has just torn your insides out.
He killed their best pupils, too. And now he's the unchallenged Magus in Girdlegard.
It was you, wasn't it, that attacked them with the lightning? Were you any more successful than we were?
Andikai shakes her head.
He defied everything I threw at him. All of my skills. In vain. I soon realized he was superior to me, but I wanted to buy you some time.
Nodon's famula said that he had changed the magical fields, but you still seem to be able to use them.
Andikai smiles.
I'm not quite as benevolent as the other Magi. My god Samusin is the god of balance. He loves the darkness as much as the light, which means I can use both. But my powers aren't unlimited. It is difficult for me to store and use this altered magic. We should avoid confrontation as much as possible.
Your companion, won't he sit with us and introduce himself?
Yes! Hey, you up there! Can you even hear us with that bucket on your head?
Jerun is mute, and he won't do you any harm unless I command him to. And as long as you treat him with courtesy, dwarf.
Boindil seems to briefly weigh up his chances against the two of them.
I decide when I'm courteous. Just don't get in my way. And the orcs are mine!
What happened? How could he defeat the Council of Magi?
Nudin called us to Perista, under the guise of reinforcing the barrier against the perished land. Instead, he tricked us, took control of most of our powers and attacked us. I cut him down with my sword, but he rose again and impaled me with his staff. All I can remember after that is the sound of fighting, destruction, and cries of death.
How did you survive?
Jerun. Nudin had forgotten he was with me in Perista. He found me, tended to my wounds and brought me out of the city to safety until I could summon up enough power to heal myself.
And Lot Yonan?
When Jerun carried me away, he was frozen in stone, like a statue. To my knowledge, the spell cannot be reversed.
You nod slowly. You don't have the strength to say anything else right now.
What will you do now?
Leave this place. I'm not so foolish as to believe that I could restrain the perished land or nod on. Why should I stay here?
Foolish, no. But cowardly.
You're on your way to the kingdom of the Secondlings, right? Then I will accompany you and leave Girdlegard by the High Pass.
We'll need all the help we can get. Nodon will have a lot worse in store for us than just orcs.
The Maga nods in agreement. Then she looks pensively at your rucksack.
Your rucksack? Why did Nodon want it?
Говорить или не говорить? Ладно.
I was taking some objects to Goren, one of Lot Yonan's family. He was murdered at Greenglade by an elf. There were books lying next to his body which he was planning to send to Turga the Fair-Faced.
May I see them?
You nod, take the books out of your rucksack, and hand them to her. She goes through the letter and the books, one after another, without showing any sign of emotion. Finally, she closes the last of the books.
Is that all? They are only sagas and travelogues from the Outer Lands, which tell of legendary creatures and myths. I don't know why they should be of interest to Nodon.
There must be something in them that's important to him. He destroyed a whole village for them, and the vaults.
Possibly. I'll study the books. But let's sleep now. Jarun can keep watch. We are still being followed.
Договор. Понятно. А, ну к нам от них оторваться, наверное, надо. Я так предполагаю, это за нами, кажется, куда-то. Нас еды-то хватит.
The path leads you through a ravine, whose steep walls are mainly made
Кажется,
up of loose boulders and scree. You could probably cause a rockfall that would block your pursuer's path and obstruct your way back.
Ну есть вторая дорога.
It takes longer than you would have liked to trigger a rockfall that is big enough. But when the dust settles, you realize that you have been rewarded for your troubles. The path is blocked. In the afternoon, with the sun low in the sky, the path leads you through a ravine. A glance at your map suggests that you're near to Boribor, the Orc realm.
Fracas, may we remain unscathed.
About a mile further on, Boindil suddenly stops in his tracks and sniffs.
Can you smell that? Piggy snouts! And lots of them too!
Let's proceed with caution. Perhaps we can take a few of them out before they raise the alarm.
Ладно. Угу. Я кого-то могу снять, кого-то поставить. Выходит. Так. Хотя я кого взять-то или магичку выкинуть, допустим. Что у меня способности? Лечит себя. Не, магичка прям хорошо, да. Блин, можно гномов снять, так будет как не очень. Главного героя, так его качать бы надо. Его качать бы надо. Тебя сниму.
As good as done. Up there! We have to stop them before...
If I have to.
As
Not
good
a
as
bad
done.
idea. All right then. And I didn't even take off my gloves.
On my way!
No.
I can't do that yet. And again.
Too easy!
And I didn't even take off my gloves. Not a bad idea.
On my way!
As
Not
good
a
as
bad
done.
idea.
On my way!
What a waste of time. No chance.
Another one bites the dust.
Так, пеликана главное открывать.
What a waste of time. What is it? No chance.
Просто да, вот этот вот гном один из самых прям мощных, который... Я, в принципе, не забывали.
Yes, and I didn't even take off my gloves. Now you've got me interested.
Too easy!
No chance.
Another one bites the dust. Oh, you
And
didn't
I
hit you
didn't
very
even take
hard.
off my gloves.
Too easy!
No chance.
Yes, creature.
What a waste of time.
Too easy!
And again.
And I didn't
hit you
even
very
take off my
hard.
gloves.
Yes.
Too easy!
What is it?
I need help over here. Quickly.
Не-не-не-не. Женщина, зачем ты взяла и упала в пропасть? Объясни. Ах.
Not a bad idea. All
On
right
my
then.
way!
If I have to.
On my way!
Up there.
If I have to.
Huh?
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
Another one bites the dust.
And I didn't even take off my gloves. Now
What
you've
is
got
it?
me interested.
Another
What a
one
waste
bites
of
the
time.
dust.
All right then.
On my way!
А, нет, нам прям через их лагерь надо идти.
Yes.
What is it? Wild creature.
Уйди оттуда.
Hey, how about some help?
Oh, he didn't hit you very hard.
What is it?
Yes.
No chance.
Another one bites the dust.
What a waste of time. And I didn't even take off my gloves.
Yes.
Женщина, у тебя же от хил есть. Стоишь тут.
Now you've got me interested.
Another one bites the dust.
What is it?
Too easy.
Chance.
Yes?
Huh? I didn't hit you very hard. Yes? Too easy.
What a waste of time.
Ow! Another one bites the dust.
Yes?
I didn't hit you very hard.
Так от края отойди.
Huh?
What is it?
What is it?
Creature.
If I have to.
Too easy.
Как раз таки вот эти вот великаны, они могут прям меня стянуть. Хотя в то же время
Another one bites the dust.
What is it?
Yes?
All right then. Not a bad idea. If I have to. Not a bad idea. All right then. If I have to.
кажется, мы весь их лагерь прибили, ну кроме стрелков, но приватных
Not a bad idea. If I have to. Not a bad
We
idea.
should go down into the caves and vaults. There'll be more of them down there.
Or maybe we should concentrate on finally getting to Ogre's Death stronghold, Boindle.
You ignore the offended look on your friend's face and set off, leaving the Orc Mountains behind you.
А, так опыт получают все. Тогда отлично. Так, хорошо, а что у тебя есть? Половинный урон. Либо больше атаки, наверное. Давай больше атаки.
You have put out a plate of food for the night every evening since Jeroen and Andakai joined you on your journey, but still none of you have seen him eat. You decide to pay particular attention to him this evening, to try and find out what is under the helmet. Andakai is sitting not far from the giant, studying the books.
Have you found anything useful yet?
She looks up at you.
You think I will stay and fight if there is a spell in the books that might defeat Nodon?
Yours is the god of balance. Don't you see it as your duty to create a balance between light and dark?
Instead of answering, Andakai rubs her eyes and closes the books.
It's too dark to study. Let's see what tomorrow brings.
Disgruntled, you watch the Maga as she walks over to her bed for the night. Your eyes fall upon Jeroen and the plate at his feet, on which not a crumb of food is left.
Так и не увидим, да? Эти орки, которые за мной гонятся, у меня какая-то. Еще у меня еды мало. На 8 ходов как раз стало. 3, 4. Ну как раз ролл на прям идеально 0 Пойдем как доберемся.
You can already see the oasis a day's journey away, but in the glimmer of the midday sun, you're not sure whether it might not just be a mirage. But the twins are convinced that there is a village here, and the prospect of a roof over your heads for the night keeps you going. The nearer you get to the oasis, the more the uneasy feeling grows that something's not right. It's too quiet, and you don't see any movement. Once you enter the village, your fears are confirmed. Your enemies have already been here.
Я там по пятам идет твоя родиловка. Ничего. Прям всех пятеро. А, просто ходьба. Понятно.
Where is everyone? Hello? Anyone here?
You all jump. You look angrily at
Дик на фарш.
Boyle,
Я
who
боюсь, что
shrugs
там...
his shoulders in apology.
Что там маг? Я вот за это переживаю. Сейчас остановлюсь, если там маг, он же там лицо порвет. Будет не очень. Причем маг-то бессмертный. Я его даже видел, когда тогда с ним дрался.
This whole thing is probably a trap. We should...
Welcome to Pasna. I'm sure the citizens would greet you themselves, if they could.
You recognize the elf immediately. You saw him with the leaders of the orcs, and he appeared to you in a dream after Greenglade. Or no, not in a dream.
Sintheras.
So we meet again, Tungdil. What do you think of my work in the vaults? It was a nice start, wasn't it?
An eerie smile sets on Sintheras's lips.
Wonderful. I can see the hatred in your eyes. Come on. Come and get your revenge.
А почему это? Почему он не может с нами драться? Ты же в смысле? Он один из самых мощных у меня есть. Это я этого снять не могу. Этих двоих я не могу снять. Давайте так, наверх. Не знаю. Магичка, блин, тоже подохнуть может. Попробуем.
What is it? What is it? Oink, oink, little piggies! Huh? Wild creature. Kill. He hardly put up a fight. Wild creature. Who's next?
Следующий.
Damn it! How many more of them are there?
А ты-то что свои не знаешь способности?
Over here now, quickly! I didn't hit you very hard. Too easy. And again. I didn't hit you very hard.
А, блин, так, отойди. Вот этот пусть пока сам подерется.
Who's next?
Иди оттуда.
Too easy. Damn it! How many more? Yes. Give me a hand. Penny's elbow here. Little peggies.
What is it? Penny's help over here! Quickly!
I have Boroda. Give me a hand.
Huh? Others will take my place.
Huh? What is it?
В смысле, ты упал? Тут типа вправо падать-то, да? Что-то как-то многовато.
He hardly put up a fight. Who's next?
As good as
Так, ну-ка.
I didn't hit you very hard. He
Там
hardly
это
put up a
чертовый.
fight.
И он.
I'm with you. Yes, yes.
Няка тебе.
Retreat! Back! Why are you fighting against us? You're the son of Samusin. You should have nothing to do with this unworthy scum.
Там кому?
I've had enough of fighting. It's about time we head to your home.
I've had enough too. But we've got several days in the desert ahead of us before we can enjoy a cold beer.
The longer we talk about it, the later we'll get to our beer. Let's go.
Удовлетворительно. О, лодочка.
You've been traveling through the desert for days. The sand is simply everywhere. In your shoes, under your clothes, in your mouths. Even the makeshift cloths that you've wrapped around your heads is of little help.
Да ладно, мы уже дошли прям.
With the last of the energy you can muster, you finally leave the 40-mile-wide sandbar that separated you from Ogre's death. It is as if you've passed through an invisible wall when the raging wind and sand suddenly fall silent. In front of you, an enormous massive towers into the sky, the Blue Range. The slopes cast long shadows over Ogre's Death Fortress, which nestles in the spurs of the mountain. Even from this distance it looks impressive, with its 4 defensive terraces, one above the other. The anticipation of entering a real dwarven city for the first time grows with every step, and you feel the power returning to your limbs. You've almost done it.
Мага на бульон. Не. Так нет, подожди, маг худой. А, это про того мага на бульон.
My High King, you have called me to succeed you to the throne. Here I stand before you.
Well,
Before you are chosen as the successor to the High King, hear, King Gandagar, the challenges that await you. Hordes of orcs are rampaging through the north and the west, and the perished land is stirring. It would seem that the Magi cannot sustain the barriers.
This gives us an excellent opportunity to attack the last elves in Alandor. They are weakened. The perished land afflicts them. Let us wipe out the traitors once and for all.
Yes, right, exactly.
Hear, hear.
Madness. What are you talking about?
I do not recognize you, King Gandagar, in what you are saying. The elves are inhabitants of Girdlegard. Has your hatred for them clouded your senses to the point that you wish to ignore the words of our god?
Belendelin's gaze falls, as if incidentally, on the king of the Fourthlings' advisor.
Or is someone giving you bad advice?
On the contrary, it was Bislipper who finally supplied me with the proof. A report titled How the Fiflings Lost the Gate. It was the elves that poisoned the brave Fifling warriors in their stronghold. A devious disease spread by the pointy ears in the shafts of the Grey Range. Impossible! I always knew it! Treason!
Там, короче, он типа рассказывает, что на самом деле это эльфы отравили гномов, и вот в самом начале что было. Из-за этого гномы открыли ворота.
We must reach out and forge a large coalition with the elves. Yes, and even with the thirdlings, if we are to defeat the perished.
Король говорит, типа, мы должны объединиться с эльфами совсем с кем можем. Лишь бы победить них.
From a dwarf who has grown too old in his post. Are we not here to choose a new High King? We have waited long enough.
It would seem you will have to wait a little bit longer. The second aspirant has arrived. Our guests must be tired from their long journey. The meeting is adjourned till tomorrow.
Ну да, перевод на русский здесь просто шикарный. Ух. Это официальный, причем перевод. Половина фраз тупо обрезана, половина на немецком. Ох. Всегда в переводе. Или может не официальная, но стимовская версия. Но в целом, да, основа их разговора была о том, что типа эльфы предали, надо идти вырезать эльфов и забрать их территории, пока можно.
But why do you think that I...
Everything will become clear. I've had a room prepared for you. Before you take to your bed, please pay the High King and I a visit in the throne room.
Можно и еды раздобыть где-то, пожалуйста.
Ah, Your Highness!
Heir apparent? What do you know? Spit it out.
A slight expression of guilt flits briefly across Boindale's face, but he's soon back to his old self.
A scholar as High King has something to it. You'll certainly have our votes, that's for sure.
Boindale nods in agreement.
As High King, you could unite the kingdoms and get them to do battle against Nod-On.
You look at your friends and aren't really sure whether they are trying to pull your leg or not.
I can't be High King. I got all my knowledge from books and you're pulling my leg, right?
The twins' grins grow ever wider, and it would seem they can hardly contain themselves.
Just talk to High King Gundrabur and Belendalin. They will explain everything.
Ну, скорее всего, да, там одно из, ну, типа, что из такого. Ну, так или может во время перевода какие-то фразы, там, специфические символы в фразах. Никто не проверил специфические символы, они, типа, там, или обрубают фразу, или из-за этого фразу не находят. И все ломается, никто ж не проверил, так. И так сойдет. Имеем, что имеем.
High King Gundrabur seems, well,
Old? He is ancient, even by dwarvish standards. He has been old for as long as I can remember.
Belendalin has taken care of most matters for dozens of cycles. But Gundrabur always has the final word. His mind is younger than all of ours, I tell ya.
Belendalin should become High King. I was there when a runt took his arm. He still managed to kill half a dozen of them afterwards. What fighting spirit! We had to drag him off the battlefield.
The law requires that a firstling or a fourthling must be chosen as the new king of all dwarves. And, as the firstlings didn't turn up...
For the first time, you have the chance to appreciate the beauty of the place. You suddenly forget what you wanted to say.
I've never seen such masterful masonry. To be honest, I didn't even know that stone could be worked in such a way.
Ha ha ha! The secondlings are the best masons of all the kingdoms. That's how Fracas made us. Well, he made some of us into warriors too.
Boandal glances at his brother and he laughs with satisfaction while looking around the hall himself.
I think I'll continue to look around.
Don't get lost. And tonight, we will finally drink a lovely dark ale in the glowing anvil.
Ладно. Скажем, без.
You can't see the bottom. When the secondlings named the Blue Range their home, there was nothing here but hard rock and a few small caves. Fantastic.
Пустить я не могу. Ну ладно. Тут я не могу. Здесь что? Чертоги разум. Здесь. Прежде чем в тронный зал идти.
Andakai, what is it?
I came to return these books to you, Tungdil. Luckily, I was able to make sense of most of it.
You observed how the Mager took time to study the books during your escape.
They are records from the Outer Lands. They tell of demonic beings from Barren Ground who can take possession of humans and invest them with great power.
Immortality, for example?
The Mager nods seriously.
They speak of an axe forged by the Undergrounders called Keenfire. It is said to have the power to cut through the flesh and bone of the living and completely destroy the demonic spirit deep within their soul.
So you think a demon from the Outer Lands has taken possession of Nudin?
He looked very different when I encountered him in Parista, and he rose from the dead even though you cut off his head. That can't be explained purely through the power of the perished land.
And he wanted to prevent these books from falling into our hands. That would only make sense if Keenfire had the power to defeat him. Where is this Keenfire?
I don't know if this weapon was ever forged. It requires rare materials and masterful craftsmanship. The purest, hardest steel, stone barbs decorated with runes, a hilt of Sigurdaisy wood, inlays made of all the noble metals, the blades studded with diamonds, smithed in the hottest forge.
We are dwarves. We have the most talented craftsmen.
And you have the Sigurdaisy wood. It is amongst the objects in your rucksack, which is fortunate as there are no more Sigurdaisies in Girdlegard. But even if you manage to forge the axe, it might all be just a fairy tale. It's too little to wager our lives on.
Все же покушается на сардельку. Ну вот так все и работает, да. Достаточно узнать и все. Началось. Всем уже надо.
Do you know these Undergrounders?
I have never heard of the Undergrounders, but I've been to the Outer Lands before.
It must be terrible. The hordes of Tion have marched from there against our strongholds for thousands of years.
It's not as bad as you think. It is certainly safer than a land in which a magus possessed by a demon is on the loose.
We can get all the missing materials, as well as a gem cutter, here in the stronghold. After all, Gandagar and his fourthlings are here. A stonemason from the secondlings, and I can smith.
The Mager looks at you thoughtfully, and for a short time it seems as though your enthusiasm is rubbing off on her. But then she says,
I wish you good luck, Tungdil.
You still want to leave Girdlegard, but what will happen to your realm and all the other realms?
I admire your optimism, my friend, but it isn't wise to stand in the way of a rolling stone. I don't wish to give up my realm, but I would only be prolonging the suffering unnecessarily.
But
you don't want to let the last Mager in Girdlegard go. Unfortunately, you can't think of anything that could cause her to stay.
Many thanks, Honourable Mager, for all that you have done.
О, вышло. Коня, конечно,
A variety of cheeses, pickled cave mushrooms, toasted vault moss, and some smoked sausage. Mmm.
The intense smell of the cheese makes your mouth begin to water. You are exhausted from your adventurous journey, but it would be impolite to just go to bed if the High King is waiting for you.
Sigurdaisy wood. Very rare. I guess Lot Yonan wanted it to examine or experiment with.
За что вообще не за что подержаться? Да, однозначно. Я подержался.
Goren found an answer to the threat. Keenfire. No matter how difficult it is to forge it, we must do it. We don't know of anything else that could injure a demon.
Но, кажется, она сваливает. Да, она уже свалила. Сейчас стало -3 в день, значит, нас осталось Тимпотим.
Tungdil, come closer.
The power that the old High King radiated when he called the assembly to order has drained away from him. His body is sunken in the throne, but his eyes are alert and interested as he looks at you.
The lost son returns to his people. Thank Vracus. Tell us what you learned on your journey.
You describe your adventure down to the smallest detail. Neither the king nor his advisor interrupts you. From time to time they nod, as though they were already aware of certain facts. Their brows become more furrowed with every passing minute. When you are finished with your story, you also have some questions.
Game is being played here.
Gandagar, as king of the fourthlings, is to supersede me as High King, but his mind is poisoned with hatred towards the elves. He would probably win a war against them, but he would weaken us, and Girdlegard would not be helped by this. I was hoping for a great coalition with the elves, and even with the thirdlings. I would have given anything to start the negotiations. In times of great need, only the common goal can count.
And which role have you planned for me?
Well, with you as a second aspirant, certain possibilities of protocol open up to us.
I don't want to appear ungrateful, and I'm happy to finally be among my people, but I will not ascend the throne. I hardly know anything about our customs and laws. Everything that I know, I have learned from books that Lot Yonan gave me. There must be more suitable heirs than me.
Your renouncement honors you, but to be honest, you never had a claim. To stop Gandagar, we had to stall for time.
Lot Yonan helped us with our little story. We don't even know if you are a fourthling.
The king's advisor misinterprets your unbelieving gaze and quickly adds,
We're only being as deceitful as goblins for one solitary reason. to stave off possible harm to our people.
You feel as though you've been hit in the stomach. If this is true, not only have you lost your newly found kingdom, but Master Lot Yonan also didn't see it as necessary to inaugurate you in the conspiracy.
Your plan has a flaw. Even if I were to line up, I couldn't win. No one on the council will vote for me.
You don't have to win.
Belendalin points to the Steelies in the throne room.
It's written in our laws that the High King can oppose an heir if he isn't elected unanimously. He can then demand a duel or a contest in order to determine the winner.
Such a contest could take weeks, if not months, and it would win us some time.
Why is Gandagar so full of hatred towards the elves?
His father and brother were murdered by elves. At least that's what's claimed.
No one knows the truth, just as no one knows how true this report about the Fiflings is. But isn't it strange that this letter has turned up now, just when it can play into the hands of the elf-haters? Many dwarves' hatred towards the elves is great, perhaps even greater than their honesty.
I understand why you want to prevent a High King Gandagar. He will be blind to our real problems.
Gandagar's only liability is that he lets Bislipper whisper dark thoughts in his ear. The advisor is the problem, not the king.
A problem that I am fortunate enough not to have.
The High King smiles weakly at his advisor.
Gandagar is a good dwarf and a good king, and I am certain he could also be a good High King if he was free of Bislipper's lies and false advice.
What kind of contest will you have us compete in? Gandagar is surely superior to me in many things.
Everyone in the council will write a task on a piece of paper, and from them the contest will be drawn.
And this only once you have made a speech and have won over as many as possible in the council to your side. The more sympathetic the council is towards you, the higher the chances of a contest that fits your abilities.
Speech? You're beginning to like this whole thing less and less.
Кузнец, который научился только драться, будет толкать речь. Это клево, да.
Is this really the best for our people? If you cannot dissuade Gandagar from carrying out his plans, it could end in a fraternal war.
Don't worry. We'll open up his eyes and he will recognize the malice of his feigned friend. We just need time, and you must gain it for us.
Давайте так уже.
I'm ready to do it. But I will need all of your support.
You can be certain of it, Tungdil.
Belendalin smiles at you encouragingly.
You say Andakai may have found a way to defeat Nodon, and she suspects that the Magus is possessed by a demon from the Outer Lands. It may be possible to kill this demon with an axe called Keenfire. I have commissioned armor that is worthy of a prince. It will be delivered to your chamber by sunrise.
You say goodbye with a queasy feeling in your stomach. You always thought that you were articulate, but the prospect of having to make a speech in front of the large council doesn't exactly fill you with elation.
Он умеет трогать речи.
Vrakas, who made the dwarves of stone, has himself been hewn from stone by these self-same dwarves. A masterly piece of work, like one of which only the masons of the Secondlings can still accomplish today.
А, вон, принеси статую.
The High King's advisor has the build of a warrior. His eyes are like those of a bird of prey, and you can see a keen intellect behind them. The coal fire is lit when the kingdoms meet for council. It has lain dormant much too long, until it was finally lit again a few days ago.
Прикольно, на самом деле, подача такая интересная. Как будто бы рассказывать все со стороны. Давненько такого. И не играл. В основном уже от первого лица. Ну или в мафии там со стороны было, но как бы по-другому. Такое ощущение, что книга какая-то.
Ah, Tungdil, what is it?
Что сказать?
The High King and his advisor don't know where I come from either. But they only want to use me to delay Gandagar's coronation and ultimately prevent war with the elves.
Whatever happens, we will stand by your side, Scholar.
You're not sure whether the moral support of your friends will be much use in a contest with Gandagar, but it feels good not having to go through the whole thing on your own.
Andikai deciphered what was written in the books that Goren wanted to send to Turga the Fairfaced. They tell of a demonic threat from the Outer Lands and how it can be stopped. Nudin cannot be killed by normal weapons, but Undergrounders have developed a weapon that might be able to do it. Keenfire.
Вообще он говорит, типа, нельзя убить их обычным оружием.
What's that supposed to mean?
You shrug your shoulders.
Maybe there are dwarves in the Outlands too. Either way, they have described how this magical weapon can be made.
If it's got anything to do with magic, the weapon cannot be dwarfish. We shouldn't go anywhere near it.
Nudin fears the books. I believe that Keenfire is our best chance of stopping him. I think I'll continue to look around.
Don't get lost. And tonight, we will finally drink a lovely dark ale in the glowing anvil.
Так, поспать только. Деньги накапливаются, не понимаю, зачем мне деньги. Подозрительно. Поспать.
You are looking forward to the first proper bed for weeks.
Divinity? А, ну я в Divinity не играл. На пиво же. Так в том видео я еще нигде нельзя было купить пиво. Еду я покупал один раз. На деревню попал. А так прям... Надо было первый раз, как попал на торговца, еды у него накупить.
You undress and lie down. Before you know it, your eyes close and you fall asleep.
Подожди, у него одеяло это медвежья шкура?
When your new armor is brought to you the next morning, you can hardly believe your eyes. However, as a smith, you can't stand the fact that you haven't contributed anything to it, and decide to add some inlays.
Я думаю, чем ты там возишь.
Even one who wears the armor of a prince can still be a farrier underneath it, don't you think, Tungdil Bolafar?
Just like a snake in elegant clothing is still a snake.
Ignoring your question, Bislipur eyes you very exactly before he speaks.
So, you want to be one of our kingdom? A foundling brought up by a wizard? One wouldn't think it possible. And I don't think it possible either. There is no proof of your origin, and Gandagar's the council on his side. Why don't you spare yourself the disgrace and just not turn up in front of the council? Put your scheme to bed, and we will take you into our kingdom. We will give you everything you need your whole life long. In exchange, you support Gandagar instead of challenging him.
Proof? Oh, you mean like your letter that has been found after 1,000 cycles and makes the elves responsible for the fall of the Fiflings?
It is no secret that the elves are deceitful. And what could possibly be more suited to get one over on us than letting the perished land in and presenting us as the scapegoat?
The elves have been displaced by the perished land and are now almost eradicated.
I said they are deceitful, not wise.
Подожди, или то в самом начале мы играем походу за короля Пятого Королевства? Мне только сейчас начинает доходить, получается. В самом начале мы видели, как вот это Йольф, не Йольф, короче, темный Йольф пришел. Он же тогда убил одного персонажа и сказал, типа, ты переродишься и откроешь нам дверь. И потом Пятое Королевство считается братоубийцами, то есть они дрались с гномами. А что, если это те? Если это реально так, то тогда это складывается, в принципе. Я просто думал, вначале это было типа будущее, потом вернулись назад. А нет, это что сейчас спустя. Значит, да. Скорее всего, это Пятое Королевство было вначале.
Children of the Smith cannot be silenced.
You are a dwarf, I confess, but no fourthling can remember a dwarf child ever going missing.
And you know thousands of the fourthlings personally, and know exactly where they live in the mountains, what they're planning, or what small tragedies take place in their lives?
You have a sense that all the long evenings in the library and debating with Lot Yonan weren't for nothing, as Bislipper struggles for a reply, then lets it go.
And what if I don't withdraw my candidacy?
You wish to stand against your own king? A stray dwarf offending a deserving leader such as Gandagar through his claim? No one in the Brown Range will like that. Prepare yourself for life as an outsider among the fourthlings.
You have had enough of this dwarf. He makes you feel uneasy, or worse still.
Get out!
A humanized bastard will not issue me orders. Know your place, false dwarf.
След останется.
Some of the gold has left a coin-sized mark on the back of your hand. It hurts, but you like the idea that a bit of the metal you love is now part of you. The armor has been made by a master. Over the chainmail is steel plate, alloyed with gold in many places, which certainly appeals to you. There are also several decorative elements made of stone to honor its origin in the kingdom of the best stonemasons. You had just finished setting the last inlay, the seal of Lot Yonan, who brought you up and is gone, when Bislipper interrupted you.
Так, ну а что еще можно?
Not only is it worthy of a king and fits me like a glove, but it should also offer me additional protection in battle.
Опа, чё? Хрена себе, видали? Видали? Вот это доспехи. Это я понимаю. А то ходил с голой жопой.
That is why I, too, lodge a claim to the throne and why I think I am the more capable heir.
Thank you for your speech, Tungdil Bolafar. The council may now ask questions.
Bislipper?
Nothing you say will convince anyone here. You didn't grow up amongst us, and no one knows if you really are a fourthling. I do not believe there has ever been a more unworthy heir to the throne of the High King. You are just wasting our time.
Вообще, мне кажется, второй вариант самый подходит. Первый, как бы, да, но гномы ж гордый народ, как бы, им те свежие идеи до одного места.
It's true. I have nothing to present to you regarding my lineage that would eliminate all doubt. But is that really important? Shouldn't my deeds count for more than my lineage? Let me prove what I can achieve.
As long as he's capable.
Well, when you put it that way...
Lineage is important.
And if you aren't capable of anything?
Если кажется, не способен, но это уже другой вопрос.
Yes, the dwarf from the Secondling Kingdom over there.
You say that a war against the elves would be madness. But how can such a young dwarf as you judge that? You've hardly seen anything of the world, has he?
Чё так сложно? Я прям до конца не понимаю, какая психология здесь у этих гномов. Правильно ответить. Давай к совести обратимся.
If we get drawn into a conflict against the elves, then we are no better than the Alfar who have fought with the elves for thousands of cycles.
He's right.
Well... Of course we're better than the Alfar.
Outrageous.
Yes? Your question?
Just so I get this right, you want to forge a weapon that is described in a book of fairy tales from the perished land to kill a demon that none of us has ever seen?
I have most definitely seen it, Goimgar, Yellow Belly Shimmerbeard.
Так, скостенелые ретрограды. Нет, я понимаю, что вроде бы да, но в то же время тут больше вопрос типа в том, они думают головой или они думают с традициями. На это же ответы разные.
We have seen the perished land with our own eyes, and its master Nodon could not be killed. Many have died for the books in which it is written how keen fire can be made. And the Magus did all he could to get his hands on the two halves made of Sigurd Daisy wood. Those are the facts, whether you like them or not. These problems won't solve themselves, so I ask you, is it the dwarven way to step aside and do nothing, or is it our way to act?
To act!
We don't hide away.
If the humans won't stop the perished land, then we will.
We shouldn't get drawn in.
Let's show the Magus the strength of the dwarves.
I have heard enough. The council has heard the words of both candidates and must now make its decision. Those of you who wish to see Tungdil Bolafar, the returning son from the Fourthling Kingdom, as my successor, raise your axe.
Ничего себе.
And those who wish to see Gandagar Silverbeard from the Silverbeards, the king of the Fourthlings, as my successor. Gandagar has received more votes.
Very good.
Excellent.
Here's to Gandagar!
Long live our new High King!
However, the result was not unanimous, and as acting High King, I avail myself of my right to demand a contest between the aspirants.
What is this?
But he won the ballot.
It's the rules. The High King has the right to do so.
Respect! He is still the High King.
Silence!
You have heard the High King's command. Write down your challenge for the aspirants. Are you ready? The one that masters this task first will become the High King. It is an expedition. The trial is to lead a group to forge the axe Keenfire in the Grey Range, which can then be used to fight against the Magus Nodon.
An expedition into the perished land?
Ha ha! Brilliant!
You can't be serious.
That's what I call a worthy challenge, don't you think?
I call it luck, Scholar. Of all the challenges, Bislipur draws this one.
Yes. Luck.
Ну да. Именно повезло. Запечатывай гору.
King, don't demand this of me. Why me, of all people?
You are one of my best gem cutters, and I promise to support him. It should be a fair contest. Or should I break my word just because of you?
But...
You will go, Goimgar Shimmerbeard. Do not put us to shame. Follow Tungdil's instructions. Go! And come back in good health.
And with that, our group is complete.
Who have you chosen as Mason?
Good day, gentlemen.
Bavragar? The old drunkard?
Old drunkard? He assured me he's the best stonemason here. The High King himself sent him.
Well, I said I was precisely the stonemason you need. I didn't exactly say I was sent by the High King.
You let yourself be tricked by a drunkard.
I don't want him with us.
Rest assured, Boindil, I too could imagine better company. But Tungdil gave me his word.
Yes, I gave you my word. And as long as you are capable of doing the stonework needed for Keenfire, you are welcome. Girdleguard is at stake here.
I wish you no ill fortune, Tungdil, but also no good fortune. The throne belongs to me, and through my victory, Vracus will show the clans.
А чё он пулькает, если у него руки нет ни ноги?
The task is clear to the contenders. The first to forge Keenfire and bring it back here has proven his abilities and will be our new High King to lead us in battle against Nod-On.
It will take months to complete the task. The journey to the Fiflings alone is a long and dangerous business.
Dangerous, yes, but not necessarily long. Do you know the old tunnel system that connects the Dwarven kingdoms?
Tunnels are all well and good, but why should we get there so much quicker under the ground than over it?
A knowing smile plays on the mouth of the advisor.
Well...
Pretty impressive what our forefathers achieved here, isn't it?
The kingdoms all work together. If we do the same, nothing is impossible.
Hear, hear.
I still don't understand why you tricked me and why you were so set on coming with us.
I have been the Master of Stone for more than 200 sun cycles. My work is admired all over Girdleguard. There has never been a better secondling mason than me. But today, I don't want to be remembered as a drunkard with the chisel trembling in my hand, but as Bavragor Amethyst, undefeated Master of Stone who brought Keenfire to life. One last masterpiece.
I hope you understand me asking, but there seems to be bad blood between you and Boindil.
It's nothing that will endanger our mission. We've just always hated each other.
There's more behind it than commonplace hatred.
Bavragor doesn't react. His gaze is directed towards events that took place a long time ago.
You really should rein in your drinking. We need you in good shape.
There are some who say I'm only the Master of Beer and not the Master of Stone anymore. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I can't forget, no matter how much I drink. I wonder why we haven't seen any sign of Gandagar recently. Perhaps they took a wrong turn somewhere. I'm sure we'll reach the Fifthling Kingdom before them.
Несколько дней. Несколько дней по этой дороге катимся.
We're not on the way to the Fifthlings. We are on the way to the Firstlings. We're probably already under the land of the Custodian.
The Firstlings? Why?
The Firstlings have been the best smiths in Girdlegard since the Fifthlings were wiped out. Only they can alloy Tionium and Palladium, which are actually mutually repellent. Anyway, we could use all the help we can get in the battle against Nodon and...
Хоть 50 еды дали. 10 не хватит.
Damn. Goimgar.
It burns!
We won't get further this way, Scholar. What now?
It's all your fault, you imposter. I was nearly killed, and for what?
It is good that you are still alive. We need you for our mission.
So you can steal a throne that doesn't belong to you?
Hatred glints in the gem cutter's eyes, and
Нет,
for a moment,
впереди.
you
Да, я
think
тоже
he's
так
going to
думаю.
attack you with the courage of desperation.
Презрение.
I'm not interested in the title of High King. I am trying to save Girdlegard. Even if you don't believe anything else, you must believe this.
I don't have to believe anything. I am here against my will. My own thoughts are my only remaining right.
Enough! Gather up all the materials we can still save. If we manage to reach the Firstlings, we can get anything we're missing there. And it should be less than 200 miles to their stronghold.
200 миль.
After you have gathered together the materials, you begin to search for a way out. And after a sweaty climb, you reach a door adorned with runes. From here, you enter a large cave with a waterfall covering a sun-drenched opening. You walk through the waterfall one after another, and after the unintentional shower, you find yourselves in Wayan, near the enchanted realm of Oramira. You find yourselves on a plateau, and the river which falls as a waterfall here hides the entrance to the underground rail network. It then flows past a forest, behind which you can see a wall and tiled roofs. You check the map.
That must be Mithridatia. We'll go through the forest to the city and see if we can refresh our supplies and buy some ponies.
Купить пони.
Boindale strikes up song during your hike. A short while later, Bavrigor joins in. But rather than actually singing along, he tries to outdo Boindale with his own songs. When he finally strikes up a love song, Boindale becomes absolutely livid. You take the stonemason to one side and ask him if he's doing it on purpose.
Of course I'm doing it on purpose. I'm gonna make him suffer the whole journey.
Can't go on like this. We can't fight amongst ourselves and save Girdlegard.
You take a short break before you dare breach the roots of the problem.
It's to do with a woman, right?
Not in the way you might think. Smeralda was my sister, a young thing of only 40 cycles.
Bavrigor takes a large swig of his liquor before he continues.
She was almost as belligerent as Boindle, and she got it into her blockhead to stand by him in battle. A bad decision.
You can see the pain he is suffering in his eyes. You place a hand on his shoulder and put him under no pressure to carry on. The constant bickering between Boindale and Bavrigor distracts you. Goimgar hears the clanking of armor first.
Something's coming!
Before you know it, the orcs are charging towards you over a hillside.
Пора драться. Я так догадываюсь, ювелира надо будет в пати не брать для драки. То есть плохо закончится. Хотя опять же, те друг друга не любят, я не знаю. Типа. Сайт под щит. Каймгара никто не любит. Там не систематически привлекать внимание врагов. Кровь. Не наносит ущерба здоровью. В смысле? Погнали еще.
Who's next? Kill. Vile creature. Kill. Too easy. Vile creature. And again. Vile creature. Kill. Pow! Another one bites the dust. Who's next? What is it? What is it? Just, I didn't hit you very hard. Another one bites the dust. I made too much for you, was I? Pow! Another one bites the dust. Who's next? Pow! Another one bites the dust. Don't take it personally. I didn't hit you very hard. Too easy. Pow! Another one bites the dust, creature. Too easy. Who's next? I didn't hit you very hard. Pow! Another one bites the dust. Hey! What's up? And what now? I didn't hit you very hard. Yes? Yes? What is it?
Oh, так, стоп.
Oink, oink, little piggies! Yeah. Another one bites the dust. Too easy. Yeah. I was too much for you, was I? On my way. Kill. Vile creature. Kill. Vile creature. Don't take it personally. A bit too much for you, was I? Put up a fight. As good as not. All right, then. As good as not. And again. Vile creature. Kill. Who's next? looking for enemies? They're all here.
Huh? What's up? And again. Huh? Yes?
Yes? And what now? Oink, oink, little piggies!
Personally.
Ha ha!
Killed.
All right, yes. On my way.
As good as done.
Yeah! Who's next? Yeah! On my horse! What is it? I'm with you! I didn't hit you very hard!
Vile creature.
He actually put up a fight!
Disgusting.
Так, ну в принципе нормально.
Who's next?
Don't take it personally.
Huh? Yes, yes, so!
Huh?
He hardly put up a fight! Yeah! Yeah!
Please wait a moment. Vile creature.
On my way! Too easy!
Too easy. Некоторые бои так реально сравнительно изи, а некоторые прям...
That was refreshing! Hey, here comes some more! 3, 4, 5 or 6!
5 or 6? Oh, phew! He means 5 or 600.
Goimgar turns white as a sheet.
That's too many. To the city. Come on.
Или 600. Всего-навсего по 1000.
You flee towards Mifidania, with Goimgar out ahead. The orcs at his back seem to have mobilized unimagined powers in him, and he reaches the gate first, hammering manically against it. He says something and scurries through a small gateway that has been opened to him. Moments later, you also reach the gate.
Get in, quickly!
You push your way through the gate as the first orc arrows slam into the wood next to you.
The other dwarf said we should bolt the gate behind him, but we could use all the help we can get when the orcs come.
That treacherous sissy, where is he?
Boendal and I will look for him. Boindeel and Bavragor, help the city guards in any way you can.
You were certain the two of them wouldn't be much help in the search for Goimgar. In the past, travelling showmen regularly put up tents like this in front of Lot Yonan's vaults to draw a little money from the pockets of the servants and the famuli, with plays, vocal performances, and all kinds of fun. Weyon has many huge lakes and is rich in a variety of fish and seafood. As the mountains of the dwarves are far away from these large lakes, most of the fish are not part of their normal diet. After having seen the kingdom of the Secondlings, even this impressive human city is somehow rather disappointing. The only thing that attracts your attention are the oil lamps that line the street. Only a trading city could afford something like that. You see some good horses and ponies in the stables. You decide to find out about prices as soon as you have found Goingar.
Okay.
You only know of obelisks from books, and you didn't expect to see one here. The inscription seems to you to be of southern origin.
Где мне этого волуха искать? Колодец, ничего не прыгнул.
All of the gates are bolted shut. The city seems to be secure, at least for the moment. Locked gates also mean, of course, that you can't get out.
So, have you found the little coward? He must be somewhere in the city. He's too scared to leave it.
I am glad that the children of Vrachus are here. What can I do for you, sir?
The man tries to give off an air of normality, but he occasionally glances nervously over to the city wall.
О. О, я взял, конечно. Вот, конечно. Здорово, Туркут. Король под горой. Этот борюсь за место на соревнования, так сказать. Кто получит корону. Так, сюда.
This is the biggest human city I've ever seen, after Parista.
You haven't chosen a very good time to take a look at Mifadania, sir, and I don't just mean because of the orcs outside our gates. The winter is only just now retreating into the mountains. In a couple of weeks, it will be spring, and the city will burst into bloom.
The man glances at the city wall once again.
At least, I hope it will.
Have you heard any news from other lands?
Nodon is rampaging through the land with his orcs and the Alpha. The Magi are all dead, and no one has heard any more of the host that moved against Porista. These are dark times, but I think it's important that we don't despair. We must trust in the gods. We have to.
You would have liked to have told the trader that, as well as trusting in the gods, he should also wish you and your companions luck. But that would have just led to more questions.
Меня кинули. А что, те кто-то обещал? Стрим или что?
Farewell and good luck.
Так, уже хорошо. Вот куча еды, это прям замечательно.
Wayon is well known for its love of the written word. Some of the scripts on offer are known to you from Lot Yonan's library.
Ядрючего гнома найти нельзя. Дварфа, вернее. Найти не могу. Ну. Захотел и сделал. Чем не сам человек отдохнуть. А тоже отдыхаю иногда. Чем будет, да? Иногда полезно. Куда этот гребаный ювелир мог деться? Эксплуатируем. Но одно дело, если бы человек за счет стримов зарабатывал на жизнь, тогда еще как-то можно придираться к нему, а когда свое удовольствие человек стримит, какая разница. Хорошо, что вообще стримит. Так, гном ты где? Варф, ювелир. Серебробородый, ты где? I will buy you. And I will kill you. Бабки в сторону, в смысле бабки в сторону. Кушать-то всем хочется. С таким же успехом Dark Void, так а чё ты, допустим, не сидишь у меня на стриме с самого начала, до самого конца, каждый день, да? Чё ты своими делами занимаешься? Ты же зритель, нужно смотреть.
Look at all those runts. They are growing in number by the day, and still they don't dare to come closer. Ha! They know very well that they can't get over our walls.
Как сказать, конечно.
The main gate is bolted shut and makes a sturdy impression. As long as there are men who know how to defend the gate, the orcs will not be able to get through it.
There's a whole load of orcs out there. But the walls should hold out, they're quite solid. For human walls.
Так, в смысле ювелира я не вижу. Он где-то на рынке, значит, где он? Спал, потом ел. Весь день расписан, так в смысле ел. Ну, в смысле ты там спишь, еще что-то делаешь. Должен сидеть на стримчике.
Cometh, dear spectators, cometh and see! Let the theatre curiosum, with its star actor, the fabulous Rodario, the mysterious Nomora, and the genius Magister Technicus Fergus, carry you off to another world. Now see and hear, dear spectators, the truth about Nudin the Knowledge Lusty, who disposed of the other Magi in a most horrifying way and plunged Girdlegard into disaster.
Girdlegard, it will be mine.
Not young.
Чего?
When you murdered Frala and the others.
To your horror, you realize that you can no longer talk. You feel a lump in your throat, and your eyes begin to burn as images of the vaults and Cyntharas appear in front of you.
I see that my first strike really hit you, Groundling. Oh, how they screamed. If only you had been there to help them.
What do you want with my rucksack? If you're looking for provisions, you could have just asked me nicely.
I'm not interested in what's in the rucksack. I only know that the Lord of the Perished Land wants it. So he will have it.
Your master doesn't tell you much by the sounds of it. Either he doesn't trust you, or he's in the habit of not talking about his business with servants.
You feel the blade cutting into your skin, and you take it as a sign of a small victory.
This way!
Was that an elf?
If we're quick, we'll get that long ear yet.
Alarm! Alarm! The orcs are attacking!
Come, we must defend the walls.
Так, лады. Я хотел... Так, я хотел... Тебе, пожалуй, дать вот это вот. Даже не служит все лестницы. Какие лестницы? Почему вообще? Строите лестницы. Так, вон лестница.
Vile creature. And again.
Так, с этой стороны, кажется. А те только сейчас добежать смогли. Здравствуйте. А, уничтожить все лестницы. А, я всех уничтожил. Отлично. Волос пятило все. Запинаем.
Very good. We're able to stop them.
Cyntharas. You wish it weren't so. But it is clear to you now that the city can no longer be saved.
To the side gate. It's our only chance. Huh?
What is it? Yes? Huh? Oink, oink, little piggies! Yeah! Pow! And no one bites the dust. Kill. He hardly put up a fight. What is it? Boroda, give me a hand.
Yes?
Yes, and again. Of course. I'll wait you.
Уходим.
It's locked. We have to open it somehow.
Perhaps we can be of service, gentlemen.
Step aside.
Are you thieves?
Certainly not. We are artists. People with extraordinary talents. Say, friends, as you clearly mean to leave Mifadania too, would you have anything against us joining you?
The fabulous Rodario.
Oh, an admirer of my skills? Who would have thought it? I am indeed the one and only fabulous Rodario. This worthy gentleman here is Fergus, the best Magister Technicus since human thought. And last but not least, the enchanting Namora, whose beauty makes the mayor's roses wither in envy. Perhaps we should discuss the rest when we are out of this mess.
Да не, самое время пообщаться.
We have a long and dangerous journey ahead of us. I don't think you really want to join us.
An epic and dangerous journey? That sounds like an adventure. And anyway, I have already seen that you know how to handle those weapons of yours. In these dangerous times, a big travel group offers the best protection, don't you think?
I don't know.
The orcs are still surging through the gate and over the wall. You decide that this isn't the right time for discussions.
All right then, let's go.
Let's get out of here. We'll be safe with the firstlings.
The firstlings. The splendor of their halls is said to be unrivaled. And I have heard they have fascinating contraptions, Fergus, that are almost reminiscent of magic.
It's open, let's go.
Что-то я перекинул наверх. Я не совсем понял, первая 100 или первая из 100. Чё? Ничего не понял. Сложно, непонятно. Я все-таки выбрать только одно могу, потом сам. Что стримировался? Ну не знаю, честно. Ну как бы в моем случае, если они будут придираться к музыке, музыка из игры. Хотят банить PayPal. Ну как бы дофиг. Не игры я не пускаю. А если игры выпускают с копирайтной музыкой, так я делать причем. Это уже дело не мое. Так, почему спам. Пойти чуть поверху, заскочить туда, а потом вот так вот в обход пойти. А, не поверху, вот сюда зайдем. Из-за песни с радио. Нет, так на радио может быть копирайт. Просто факт в том, что я же не врубаю даже радио.
You recover from your exertions around a campfire. Goimgar withdraws to a solitary corner. Bavragor devotes himself to his alcohol. And the twins get their smelly dwarf cheese out. Namora and Fergus exchange hugs and kisses on the other side of the fire, while Rodario sits next to you.
Ah, a journey with real dwarves to the stronghold of the firstlings. I'm sure I can write that into my new piece.
Ну просто реально, если начнутся придирки и баны за музыку из самой игры, то это тоже, конечно, бред. Я понимаю, что и так, ну типа копирайт у меня на ютубе прилетает. Я у мафии до тех пор вырезаю песни копирайтные, ну типа. И все понятно, конечно. Я же не специально врубаю эту музыку. Че, виноват, что разрабы ее засунули. Я же не могу влезать в игру и вырезать музыку. Во-первых, искать, какая из них копирайтная, потом самому залезать внутрь кода и резать, да? Я...
Far enough away from Mifidania. Perhaps we should part ways tomorrow morning.
Rodario jumps up and begins to gesticulate ostentatiously.
I think you have underestimated us. Let me introduce myself and my colleagues once more. I am the fabulous...
We don't have time to look after a pack of jesters.
Rodario seems offended for a moment, but then he grins, turns away from the group, and raises his right arm. A jet of flame shoots out of his sleeve. The dwarves are startled and amazed by the brief spectacle.
And what do you say now, critical Mr. Dwarf?
You're a Magus. I don't particularly like them either.
At the Curiosum, magic is my area of responsibility. There is a tube under his arm with a flint and a bag full of Lycopediella seeds. When he firmly presses the bag, the flint sprays sparks and the seeds shoot out. And there you have it. Magic fire.
Masterly work, Fergus.
The Magister Technicus shows his appreciation with a nod of his head.
If they all have tricks like this up their sleeves, well, they might not be such a burden after all, Tungdil.
Ну, это все с правами тоже давно там входит обсуждение, все остальное, не знаю, как Twitch, но к ним на Ютубе тоже. Я один канал смотрю, американских этих, они уже это обсуждали там и не раз, что, типа, поднимаются вопросы, пытаются люди разобраться, то есть как бы старые законы, что типа оно есть, все, значит типа надо за это банить и так дальше. Но при том еще как бы умышленно это засунуто или неумышленно и так дальше, разбираться никто не хочет. Здравствуйте, Тамиранка. Привет, чат из Твича. Из-за чего? Да, правообладатели просто с жиру бесятся. У нас все подряд типа такие Я больше всего не понимаю на самом деле. Ладно, я понимаю, когда типа монетизацию типа вырубают раньше. Деньги с этого ролика ты не получишь. Ну и хрен с ним, допустим. Это еще ну куда не шло. Но когда просто типа я не покажу твой ролик из-за того, что у тебя в игре играет музыка, которую копирайтом защищена. В смысле? У меня очевидный вопрос типа ты чего? Чатик отвалился, в смысле? Чатик есть. Он просто быстро может исчезать. Он есть на стриме. Все нормально. Точно. Так. Я просто поставил другой сам этот, он быстрее крутится. Халявы, все, хватит. Произошло бы. Да, и вот это же права на ролики за фрагмента тоже. Хотя и вообще-то как бы по копирайту позволяется делать как это не референс, ну короче ссылку и вставлять. Ой, господи, как это правило вставлять, по-моему, цитировать ролик можно, если ты вставляешь меньше 5 секунд. Это считается цитированием, якобы по закону ты можешь это делать, но опять же это надо оспаривать. Че, как? Нормально. Игру проходит. А сейчас он заговорили опять за то, что Пайперс говорит, на Твиче 100 стримеров забанили за песенки. Так мы тут началось. Да, так началось опять вот это обсуждение. На 100 что-то мало. Ну, так это может популярных. Может прям остальных тоже там побанили. И может и банят и дальше всяких мелких. А может мелких просто не трогают. То есть типа челик. Хотя могут, кстати, мелких валить даже при желании. Вот так, да, 100-500 сообщений. У меня. Я причем, я не играю в игры, в которых упор на музыку идет. Но при этом на каждый ролик по GTA, по любой, по мафии, по любой. У меня до 5 песен, которые типа он такой говорит, Я не включу ролик никому, то что у тебя же песни защищены авторским правом. Песни из сраной игры. Они, мать его, в игре. Еще ладно, первая мафия, старая, хорошо. Третья мафия. Какой там 16-й год или какой? Ремастер 20-й год. В смысле там копирайтные песни? Вы чё? Шо? Я вот тут каждый день захожу, когда запускаю стрим, врубаю и такой, типа, мы удаляем песню. Вот такой клацаю. А причем, у него же еще настолько дебильная вот это инструмент редактирования. У меня на одном ролике это второй стрим по третьей мафии. Я не могу удалить из него отрезок, который он говорит, не защищен авторским правом. Просто не могу. То есть я нажимаю типа удалить, он такой, не могу загрузить инструмент. И это уже неделю продолжается. Так типа, ну, вы хоть что-то можете адекватно сделать, я не знаю. Ну, это хрень какая-то. Просто из-за чего я просто говорю, я не понимаю, почему типа прям банят ролик, если, опять же, они хотят, чтобы на этом зарабатывать бабло. Ты не зарабатываешь бабло, если у тебя не включена монетизация. Какого хрена вы придираетесь к людям, у которых монетизации нет? Типа, чё? Смысл? Ладно. Чё? Куда начала лететь? Нашим принципам сообщества. Что? Как недопустимо. А, возрастные ограничения. А, так возрастные ограничения могут быть, да. Ну так может там вообще в принципе из-за названия. Нет, типа проститутки. Надо 18+ ставить. Проститутки. Дети не должны знать такие слова. Брат налог за стримы игр, издатель игр. В смысле? Что? В чем логика брать налог? В чем вообще логика брать налог со стримера, если стример рекламирует игру? Что? Что? Наркоман. Да. Ну вот, кстати, да, YouTube по той же причине, типа, вот этой всякой хренью занимается, то еще, ну, типа, банить и так дальше, то, что ему прилетают. Не, мне нравится название. То, что суть в том, что иски идут на сам сайт, а сайт такой, типа, о чем это? Из-за чего же там тоже вот это же возрастные ограничения на ютубе добавили. Из-за этого то что наезжали на YouTube. А YouTube типа такой, а вы при чем? Если это создатели контента. И опять начинают мусолить, короче, хрень. Короче. Пойти дальше. Около часа осталось.
How are you doing for provisions? We don't have enough.
We are happy to share what we have. It isn't very much, though. We had to leave most of it behind.
Food is sure to be a problem on our journey. Winter's only just beginning to leave Wayan, and people will be keeping a tight grip on the stocks they do have because of the orc attacks.
We have to be frugal and organize as much food as we can. It wouldn't be much of a heroic story if we starved on the way to the firstlings.
Рассматривать. Ну так Вайперс, это я давно помню, что-то слушал. Я не знаю, это приняли, не приняли. Хотели же в европейской зоне что-то там какие-то ограничения жесткие поставить на ютубе, что там как-то. Короче, везде сейчас это все вводят, хотят, ну, как говорится, интернет был свободный, а теперь интернет начинает прям ограничивать со всех сторон, там, не знаю, тебя в наручники и вводить куда-то. Ну да, и они что типа в основном сейчас будут как? У нас стримеров все переводить. Ну, я просто... Ясно. Ну типа... Ой. Просто законы старые, а реалии новые. И не сочетаются друг с другом. Это все.
I must congratulate you on your skills. Find it hard to believe that it's not achieved by magic.
Aha, thank you, but I assure you it has nothing to do with magic. Just alchemy and accomplished acting. We leave the sorcery to the Magi.
Don't mention them. There's no love lost on Andakai and her walking iron tower.
You've met Andakai the Tempestuous? That is unbelievable. How was she?
She ran away to the Outer Lands. A damn disgrace.
Ну да, типа, ну как, они увидели, сидят там мужики, которые, они же не шарят вообще, Чиполлино, да, вот именно, они не, те, которые эти законы все принимают и дальше, они не знают вообще в принципе практически, что такое интернет, что такое стримы, видосики, YouTube, они это все не знают, они люди старые закалки, они в этом ни хрена не шарят, но бабло состричь хочется. Типа новая сфера. Типа, люди там зарабатывают кучу бабла. И они ничего не отстегивают. Как это так? Ну и понеслась. Ну вот, да, скорее всего. Ну, единственный такой нормальный выход это да, в принципе, закрывать сайты. Чтоб никто снаружи достать туда не мог. И типа, ну все. Хрен вы докажете, что там что происходит. Ну, как бы. Но в то же время, типа, интернет такая штука, что они тебя, в принципе, как бы выследить и вживую тебе штраф впаять. Это попробуй впаяй. Чё, кто ты такой вообще? Как они тебя найдут? Максимум они могут тупо тебе забанить все, включая канал. Но по-хорошему, лично для меня, допустим, ну забанят и забанят. Типа, ну и хрен с вами. Не хотите, как хотите. Типа, ну, лол. В крайнем случае, если прям сильно захочется стримить, можно в Дискорде стримить для своих, да и все. Блять, огородом. Так. Позор. Да, не точно позор.
Andakai had her reasons to leave us. She had already fought against Nodon and was unsuccessful. Furthermore, we wouldn't be here without her, and she told us about Keenfire.
Andakai, the bringer of hope. I like that. I'll have to use that in my new piece.
True to his words, Rodario takes out his notebook and writes something down.
Ну так они закрытые будут, сервер там для своих, по сути. Ты запускаешь, кому доступ дашь, те люди приходят и все. В открытую типа не будет, все, кажется, ну и буй с вами. Ну, популярные всякие стримеры и так смогут раскачиваться, им-то что. Даже по факту, если они всю аудиторию скажут, типа, вот там куда-то там Discord или какой-то закрытый, заходите туда, они там все и будут. А дальше знакомые знакомым будут скидать, и, типа, заходи, смотри. И, как говорится, сарафанное радио будет популярным делаться.
Do you know anything about the firstlings? If I recall the map correctly, we need to cross the first large mountains in the Red Range and then pass through Snowdale to East Ironhald Stronghold.
No one has seen the firstlings for hundreds of cycles, but there are many stories about them. Their craftsmanship is much vaunted, and there used to be trade via a narrow path that led into the mountains. But I don't think there is a man living now who has ever walked that road.
Our mission is to forge the legendary axe Keenfire and destroy the traitor Nodon. If you wish to accompany us through hunger, coldness, and danger, then do so. It's your decision.
How could we not partake in such a story? Just think what a wonderful play we could make of it.
If we survive. I was hoping to only resurface once we reach the Red Range. Instead, we have a long journey and a dangerous climb ahead of us.
There may be another way apart from the old trading route. A few years ago, an old man from the north told me of a place called Wackenstein. Apparently, there is an old path there, older than the dwarven tunnels themselves.
Legends and stories. There's too much uncertainty. Let's just see what the next few days bring.
Так, что там посреди пути? Шли туда. Орки все бегают. Ну так догадываюсь, орка.
You are walking past an inconspicuous copse as Namora suddenly stops on the spot.
Wait! We are not alone. Someone is watching us.
A trap?
It's a trap.
Die, scum!
What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? We're dwarves too. We're on the same side.
I see honest dwarves here, but they are accompanied by scum. I will free you of it.
Oh, really? And what are you going to do on your own against 8?
You, come here.
What?
Just hey.
Brother, what are you doing?
Boindle, what's wrong? Come to your senses.
It's no use. They belong to me. Now die, scum.
Что? Серьезно? Серьезно? Как они дерутся? Я так понял, не? Там, вероятно, друг друга в игнор закинули. Потом все закончилось. От каждого второго удара. Ага, это прям набор. Виска. Орки. Сделает и все. Ну, у каждого свое мнение. Я стараюсь вообще не обращать внимания. Ну вот, кстати, да. Это в целом Вайперс во многом правильно говорит, то что популярные найдут как выход, и их там зрители они и сами найдут. То есть если это их доход прям колоссальный, в смысле, типа, найдут как выкрутиться. Средним деться особо некуда, мелким тем более. Что поговорить, не получилось. Да, бывает. Ну, ничего. Вы даже не деретесь, ладно. Короче, но в принципе, просто если крупных стримеров, если крупные стримеры очень крупные уходят с Твича, допустим, доход Твича упадет очень сильно. И Твич просто, ну, там, станет площадкой такой, типа, ну, как, в принципе, YouTube уже для многих тоже, типа, такой, что? Благо еще хоть какие-то есть люди там, не знаю. Все равно вайна на YouTube достаточно много. Старался просто. Или 50% стридер коид. Если стримеру ставят условия, либо ты ни хрена не стримишь, типа, либо ты получаешь бан за что угодно, либо ты получаешь бан, то как бы ты найдешь выход. В любом случае ты теряешь всю аудиторию, или ты теряешь половину, ну типа есть же. Так, все, подожди. Где она? А, что ты? Даже.
bit too many over here.
Soon.
Too easy.
I'm doing it as quick as I can, all right?
Да спусти. Чё, дурак? В смысле ты спустился, блин, с горочки и сразу упал? Серьезно, да? Дурак, что ли?
Another one bites the dust.
Добейте вы.
Yes, soon. Maybe it's better this way.
Наконец. Привет, здорово, Николь.
No sooner does the unknown dwarf fall unconscious to the floor than her control over your comrades disappears. You fetter and gag her until you know more about her sinister powers.
That was, I hope I didn't hurt you, Scholar.
It was as if in a dream.
Походу, да, спускался, споткнулся.
It wasn't. I heard her voice in my head, and although I knew better, I only saw orcs attacking me. You were the enemy.
Boindil goes over to the shackled dwarf and kicks her gently with his boot.
This is never a child of the smith, even if she looks
Попробуй,
like one. Those gifts. By fracas, there is something evil at work.
You kneel in front of the dwarf and press your axe against her throat.
My name is Tungdil. If I remove your gag, will you answer some questions?
The captive nods, and you pull the gag out of her mouth.
Geralda is my name. It would seem I underestimated you.
Женщина-маг. Женщина-гном. Еще и маг. Вообще очень странно. Гномы же вроде не владеют магией.
Your powers, I've never heard of anything like it.
Neither have I. I haven't had them for long. When I try to remember, all I see is black mist and
Шуманка.
I taste iron and mud and there's an elf who...
Мне что-то кажется, ее подняли и... Да, уталивают.
When I try to remember, it hurts. Like needles sticking into my head. I am Geralda Bloodstone. I was...
Ее убили, скорее всего, и подняли. Почему-то мне так кажется. Поэтому у нее есть эти способности. Она восставшая из мертвых. Но почему-то еще соображает. Лол.
You said something about scum when you attacked us. Has Namora done anything to harm you?
Not her, but her kind. Alpha.
She is a human. She only acts at being an elf in theatre.
In a theatre?
For the first time, Geralda looks at Namora without a hateful expression.
She must die.
Что? В смысле?
Where have you come from and what brings you to Wayne?
I was on my way to the Free Folk. They are said to live in the middle of Girdlegard, without kingdoms or their laws.
The Free Folk? You mean dwarves?
Yes, dwarfs who have left their kingdoms, voluntarily or otherwise. Not everyone has a place in their kingdom.
You instinctively think of your own plight. You are not a secondling, and won't be welcome among the fourthlings since you placed obstacles in their king's path.
Don't believe this nonsense, Scholar. The Free Folk are just a fairy tale that people tell themselves when they don't want to stick to the traditions. Just look what good it's done Geralda.
Geralda prepares to reply, but then she holds back.
Enough talk! She is dangerous, probably crazy. She attacked us, we should put an end to her.
It's what you call amnesia, memory loss, a tool often used in stage productions. We don't know what happened to her, and maybe she doesn't either. We can't just kill her.
А, так я даже могу выбрать. Отпускать. С одной стороны, отпустить не опасно, может. Не заберем с собой.
She's too dangerous just to let go, so we'll take her with us. Remove the fetters.
You nip any objection in the bud and turn to Geralda.
Listen, Don't know what has happened to you.
Даже жатву теперь
We
еще.
are dwarves, and we
Еще на
shouldn't
одно
fight
лицо
against
брать.
one another. We could do with your help.
The female dwarf seems just as surprised by your decision as your companions.
Thank you. I would be happy to accompany you. I am Gerelda Bloodstone, of the Fourthling Kingdom. I'm sorry that I attacked you. It was a misunderstanding.
You realize that your decision doesn't please everyone. Boindil and Namora seem particularly upset. But they hold back, and you continue on your way, a slightly gloomy mood hanging over the group.
Ну да, где вышла тема. Так, а чё ему солить? Она ничего не поменяет нам. На заклане. Точно приточно. Ну, ладно. Не, подожди, заклане. Чё? Я правильно понимаю? Нет, я вообще не понимаю. Чё? А, я понял, да. Значит, правильно понял. Ну, должны выписать, это уже хорошо. Сам, держись, главное. Глушает или поджигать? Не, давайте поджигать лучше. Так. Интересно. Да, все ж нормально будет.
When you enter the pretty little village with its richly ornate houses and its temple to Palandial at its center, you can see an angry mob some distance away. The villagers are hassling a young woman, insulting her and pushing her to the ground.
Да, будем ждать тебя, как выпишут. Как там, пущай все будет хорошо. Солнце в толпе. За голос. Ну, гарантии дает. Будем надеяться на лучшее, кажется. Лучше пусть. Главное верить. Просто может стать не сразу, но быть может оказаться поздно. Если стану сразу, то это против всей деревни пойду.
You push your way through the crowd of people and stand in the way of the villagers.
What's going on here?
A man dressed in richly decorated vestments looks you up and down.
Palandial will be with you, dwarf. It is none of your business, but this woman here is a thief. She and her henchmen have emptied the monastery's granary and were willing to abandon us to our fate.
That's a lie. We asked for help and these people turned us away. I came back to ask again.
What evidence do you have against this woman?
We found the granary broken into. Almost a third of our grain and a significant amount of supplies have gone. And all this just one day after she and her people were snooping around here.
Но это еще вообще ничего не доказывает.
That isn't proof. It could simply be coincidence. Anyway, why would a thief come back to the scene of a crime?
The priest eyes you in silence, while some of the villagers make it clear that dwarves should keep their noses out of their business.
Tell us what happened.
The villagers grumble, but the priest gives the woman a chance to defend herself.
My name is Tavia. I was forced to flee Tabayin with my family when the perished land began to spread. My husband, we had to leave him behind.
The horror in the woman's eyes gives you a good idea as to what became of her husband.
No one accepted us in the north. There are too many refugees and everyone is scared. Queen Wei has offered land in Wei to anyone who will work hard for it. But what should we grow if no one will sell us grain? We offered a fair price, but Father Malin...
She darts a scathing gaze at the priest.
He wanted double the amount.
The priest glances briefly at the angry villagers. Then he replies in a firm voice.
It was a hard winter. And, with the increasing frequency of orc attacks, we must think of ourselves first and foremost. Even we cannot help everyone.
The bystanders mutter in agreement.
Давай расследовать. Детектив.
The accusations are serious, so let's get to the bottom of the matter to be completely sure.
We have no doubt that she did it.
The priest looks at the villagers standing around him, the lust for blood written in their faces.
On the other hand, before we do something we can't undo...
Dissatisfied murmuring grows, which the priest debates with mollifying gestures.
Search for your evidence. You there, lock this woman up in the guardhouse in the meantime.
The woman is taken into a squat building made of rough blocks of stone. The crowd slowly disbands.
Краснолюд. Об игре... Ой, хорошо, сейчас краткий пересказ того, что было. Из истории мира. Было 5 королевств гномов. И есть... Как это, господи, тайный мир, или как так его называют. Отдельная часть континента, которая закрыта полем магов. Получается, и куда не могут попасть эти злые эльфы, там, короче, их альвары называют, по-моему, из мертвых земель. Это маги, которые могут поднимать мертвых и так дальше. И они не могли попасть внутрь барьера из-за закрытой двери. Даже не только двери, вообще барьер стоит. И через барьер можно было, в принципе, пройти в некоторых местах. Вот это через ворота одного из королевства гномов. Начало игры было как раз, что это было 5-е королевство гномов, как я понимаю. Это не совсем точно, как тут рассказано, но как я понял. Нам в начале предыстория была. Там напали вот эти альвары на гномов, которые защищали проход. Они в итоге пробиться не смогли, но убили одного из военачальников гномов. И, как они сказали, типа, они его убьют и поднимут заново мертвецом. Скорее всего, в этот момент, типа, когда они подняли его, они смогли пройти через ворота и начали там, типа, убивать гномов. И с тех пор прошло 1000 лет с хвостом. Пятое королевство назвали братоубийцами. Их остальные гномы не любят. А мы являемся гномом неизвестно какого рода, неизвестно с какого племени. Нас нашел маг и вырастил. Мы прожили у него. И потом в один из дней маг сказал, типа, вот тебе на вещи, отнеси моему ученику. При этом всех магов собрали в одном месте. Ну, позвали, пока мы там путешествовали. Потом еще барьер начал сыпаться, его надо было восстановить. Маги все собрались. Один из магов, 6 магов поддерживали барьер. Один из магов оказался предателем. Перебил всех остальных, кроме одной. Одна чудом выжила. Она уже убежала. И вот он типа теперь идет вместе с ордой орков. И он может поднимать трупы. Он и сам бессмертный. Он идет типа порабощать всю местность, это весь тайный мир. А мы, благодаря магичке, которая выжила, узнали, что убить этого бессмертного мага можно только одним топором, который можно выковать, если собрать там, типа, лучшие материалы и так дальше. И вот мы идем собирать этот топор, собственно. Собрать весь материал и выковать топор, которым можно убить глав злодея. Топор-кладенец, да. Ну там как его огненно и что-то там называется, я уже не помню точно. Это типа единственная возможность убить его. А геймплейно, как это сказать, ну вот так вот ты ходишь по карте вот так, а потом внутри бои происходят. Их можно как, так сказать, полупошагово, полу просто так. Бьешься. Один топор правит всеми. Ну да, ну там типа топор, который может разрубить как плоть, так и демоническую сущность. А вот этого мага, который предал всех, в нем типа демон поселился. Поэтому маг бессмертный и все такое, и имеет кучу сил. Вот. На геймплей я тут после этого дальше, скорее всего, еще столкнусь с орками, сейчас с кем-то видно будет, как боевка проходит. А ну и до этого видно было, я вот, когда дрался, то убил. Вот примерно так оно выглядит. Ну, как звать, как раз по части демонов. Да тут не факт, не факт. Значит, демона ж самого не видно. Он типа внутри парня. Дерьмака, но дерьмака возможно, тут может и помогу. Так, а что здесь-то? Я думал, нас пустят вообще на локацию бегать. Ладно, так. Давай.
The priest is lost in thoughts, standing in front of the temple, as if he couldn't decide whether to go in or not.
Ну и тут типа много выборов делать и так дальше. По ходу игры. От выборов зависит, там, типа, что произойдет, кто будет в твоей группе, кого не будет, кого там убиваешь, кого не убиваешь. А ну и помимо этого сюжетно мы типа претендуем на престол короля гномов. Как-то так. Мы соревнуемся с другим претендентом, типа кто первый топор выкрутит. Вот.
I was wondering, what was here first, the temple or the village?
A keen eye. The temple is indeed much too big for such a small village. It was built on the foundations of an old stronghold when salt was found nearby. The village has grown over the years in the shadow of the temple. Good people live here, honest and pious children of Pelandiel.
He glances at the place where the woman was surrounded.
Why can't we just be left in peace?
Supposing Tavia really did steal the grain and supplies, but only to save her family, would you turn a blind eye?
Pelandiel teaches generosity, but that too must have its boundaries. We cannot help everyone. At some point there won't be enough for us.
So, if you had sold the grain, the people of Seaton would have starved?
Maybe not. Not yet. But if we always give everything we have away...
No one is saying always, and no one is saying everything.
The priest shrugs his shoulders apologetically. He doesn't wish to spoil things with his flock.
А, кстати, да, геймплейно я знаю, как это связать. Чем-то похоже на Dragon Age. Только камера немного с другого угла. Типа более высоко, как и диаблоиды. А так в целом почти так же, как в Dragon Age. Ты можешь ходить бить прямо так в режиме реального времени, переключаться между людьми в пати, либо ты прям делаешь паузу, всем отдаешь приказы, кому что делать. И снимаешь с паузы, они это делают. Как-то так. И потом дальше типа на автомате делается. Пришло в голову. Ну а на карте вот так вот, да, тут всякие события происходят.
You enter the village's large storehouse. The ground floor of the two-story building is full of turnips, with large barrels and clay pots on the floor and on high shelves. Several villagers are carrying out stock-taking. They're being supervised by a weedy man who observes them with a grim expression and writes things on a wax tablet every now and then. Work is in full swing. The man with the wax tablet grumbles now and then in agreement when one of the peasants shouts out a number to him. It shouldn't take too much longer until they finish the inventory.
Мне кажется, правда, игра сравнительно короткая будет. То что, открыть максимум способностей и уже плюс-минус скоро я последний открою. А обычно в игре раскачка же идет. К концу игры ты до конца раскачиваешься. Но это не точно. Могу ошибаться, я не играл. Ну вот я тоже так. Я так догадываюсь, скорее всего мы получим топор. Прирежем того и на том конец. Или что-то такое.
There are sacks piled up on top of one another on the first
Да, если
floor.
успеть, ну да.
They are most likely filled with different kinds of grain and, judging by the omnipresent white dust, flour.
Угу. Короткая груз гнома. Что началось там?
You look around for a portable source of light.
Can anyone see a candle or a torch? I need a light.
I wouldn't recommend that.
The Magister Technicus has followed you into the storehouse.
One spark could ignite the flower dust. We sometimes use the effect when we want to create huge balls of fire on the stage.
I think we could do without huge balls of fire in here.
You walk towards the only area in the storeroom where you can see the floorboards. You hesitate as your boots slip on the floor, as if you're walking on mud.
Tongue
The Magister Technicus carefully observes the roof beams above the empty corner. He grabs at a beam and crumbles something between his fingers. You can't make out what it is, so you copy him and feel damp, rotten wood. It's very easy to pull away small pieces.
What are you doing here?
The man with the wax tablet is standing on the stairs. He sounds half angry, half shocked.
No one is allowed in here.
А что загнило?
Who are you? What are you doing here if no one is allowed to be here?
I'm allowed to be here. It's my job. I'm the steward of the temple. Morris is my name.
А мне кажется, просто затопило зерно, и они его выкинули, списали. Ах ты, щука.
The rain has gotten here. The roof and the floor are damp.
Those savages! It wasn't enough that they steal from us, they had to damage the roof too! That was probably where they got in.
The wood didn't start to rot yesterday, good man.
The steward's face turns bright red.
And you are the experts on such things, are you?
Assuming the roof here has been leaky for a long time, what would have happened to the grain in the sacks directly underneath? Wouldn't it have turned rotten?
The man wets his lips. His gaze darts around the room.
The roof was fine. I'll have it repaired. And now, get out of here!
The steward angrily blocks off all further attempts at talking to him, and even when you threaten him with Father Malin, it doesn't have the desired effect. The father trusts in him, he says, and he's always been a devout follower. The heavy door of the storehouse closes behind you, and you hear a bolt sliding into place from the inside.
Тот эльф светлый, это Альвар, один из тех, которые вот это вот прислужники, и там умеют поднимать нежить. Он напрямую прислужник этого мага, который хочет завоевать все это место. Ну, как минимум, у него в прислужниках был он и еще женщина Альвар. Не знаю, она ему сестра или кто она ему. Женщину мы же завалили в самом начале. И он теперь нам еще мстит за это тоже.
You enter the guardhouse, and before the guards know, Boindil and Boendal have caught them up in a friendly conversation. Shielded from the view of the guards, you exchange a few words with the suspect without being disturbed.
Она ему женщина. Не, ну женщина, да, но я не знаю, сестра, не сестра. Так, давай поговорим.
Where have you taken the grain and supplies?
I don't know anything about grain or supplies. Apart from the fact that we could do with both.
Эльфы,
I'm
вот
telling
именно.
you, I am innocent.
Я знал, что два блядских эльфов.
Why did you come back to the village?
I wanted to negotiate with Father Malin for the grain. What else could I do? No sooner had I arrived than they surrounded me and accused me of robbery.
We won't let anyone do anything to you, but if we are going to help you, you will have to tell us the truth.
The woman looks you in the face, then her head sinks, and when she looks back up, she has tears in her eyes.
Please, I just want to go back to my family. I don't know what happened.
Tongue deal.
You feel sympathy towards the woman. You raise your hand to silence Rodario and nod to the woman to continue talking.
We asked for grain and were full of hope when we saw the well-filled granary. We hadn't reckoned on the malice of the people here.
A slow, ironic clap sounds from behind you. Confused, you turn around to face Rodario.
Bravo, my dear, with tears and everything.
Здесь и перевод был еще адекватный был.
Master of the art of acting is present. None of what she said corresponds with the truth, Tungdil. She is lying and trying to deceive us. Not completely talentless for an amateur.
You expect the woman to deny everything, but when she overcomes her amazement, she spits in the actor's face.
And what if I am? I would do it all again. The people here have more than they need, and my people are starving. Is that fair?
Что?
Spit it out. Where are the spoils and your people?
I'd rather die than tell you that.
The woman looks at you determinedly,
Понятно.
and neither of you blink.
Why did you come back here after stealing the grain and supplies?
We didn't steal them. We paid for them. A reasonable price, just not to Father Malin.
You had help.
He promised us 36 sacks of grain. When we opened the sacks in our hideout, we realised that most of the grain was rotten. He thought he'd get away with it.
The woman looks around wearily.
And by the looks of things, he has.
Понятно.
Morris the steward offered you the grain, didn't he?
What does that matter? I've no proof it was him. And even if I did, if I admit that we have the stuff, I'll be hanging from a tree by this evening and my children will starve. I beg you, let me go. We bought the grain and the supplies. Perhaps he wasn't allowed to sell it to us. But we paid. And with a little seed we can sow, at least some of us have a chance of surviving the year.
Опять же, отец Малон может проявить милосердие, но он же сам сказал, всем помочь я не могу. Следовательно, мы сталкиваемся с тем, что если выберу это, он может сказать, типа, и чё, все равно сгнило. Помоги себе. Отдайте мне зерно, да? Я что порешаю уйти. Но отпускать ее просто так тоже, типа, здравствуйте.
Who wouldn't do everything to offer their children a future? Lying is the
Себе
very
и мне,
least.
да. Я дал зерно и себе, и мне. Это не наше, вы же мне заплатили, оно наше. Вот именно. Хотя, опять же, да, скорее всего, если они отдадут даже, то... Ладно, вали отсюда. Она-то при чем? Она заплатила. И еще и дали гнилое. Иди.
You open the door. The guards jump up, take up their swords, and let their hands sink down again when they feel the axes of the dwarves against their throats. The woman lays a hand on your shoulder for a moment as a sign of gratitude before she runs from the guardhouse.
I hope you know what you're doing, scholar.
Rodario's furrowed brow does not give you the feeling you've made an undisputed decision.
Я понимаю. Каждое мое решение не всем нравится.
Namora, find out where she's heading and then rejoin us.
Fergus wants to raise an objection, but before he can think of the right words, Namora has kissed him on the mouth and has disappeared round the next corner. You leave the guardhouse and explain your plan to Father Malin. You expect him to object, but he seems to be satisfied. You assume he'll make you responsible for everything if something goes wrong, and will claim a piece for himself if you are successful.
Ай-яй. Ай-яй. Что я наделал? Ай-яй. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй. Не понял, чего? Чего? Что произошло? Что?
Like every night in the wilderness, you set up camp and assign the watch. Bavragor takes first watch this evening, while the rest of you sit by a small fire, toasting some bread. You're not particularly surprised that neither Bavragor nor any of the others notice the guest who suddenly appears out of the darkness next to you.
Namora!
Fergus jumps up and moments later has embraced her tightly.
Were you able to find out anything?
She didn't detect me and led me straight to the hideout. I can show you. It's a cave some miles off from the path. Almost 4 dozen people, men, women and children.
You nod. You have tracked down Tavia's hideout. You enter Seaton and take a look. The priest is lost in thoughts, standing in front of the temple, as if he couldn't decide whether to go in or not.
Надо же сдать, наверное, курс. Короче, мы-то их вот нашли. Мы знаем, где они. Но суть в том, что вроде бы она не сказать, что она соврала. Мужчины, женщины и дети. Следовательно, как она и говорила, куча народу, им надо жить. Крышамбара, короче,
The roof
протекает.
of the granary is leaky. We saw some rotten wooden planks.
Again? Morris only had the roof repaired last summer.
Did he? If he didn't, some of the grain would have got damp and rotten.
Out of the question. Morris would have reported that. He checks the grain once a month and there were no complaints.
The priest has absolutely no doubt in what he is saying, often a sign that someone hasn't thought things over.
Через. Ну иди в жопу.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't find the thieves. We will have to call off the search.
The priest's expression darkens.
What will I say to the villagers? People want justice.
Justice has been served. Good day.
You leave Seaton and don't look back.
Нашли. В смысле, я сказал.
You nod goodbye, and the priest returns the gesture.
Ну идите в жопу. Успей.
You
Сейчас
spend
он
the night
разбираться.
protected from the wind in a ruin, and are sitting around a campfire as the topic of your new companion's performance on the stage comes up.
Sleight of hand, speed, alchemy, and makeup can have an incredible effect. Namora transformed herself into an elf using the latter.
I also noticed your weapons, Namora. I've never seen such swords before.
Their names are Crescent and Sunbeam. I designed them myself. It took a long time until I found a smith who was able to make them.
She looks like a pointy ear too. Nature hasn't been kind to her.
For this absent-minded remark, Boindil receives evil looks from Namora and grins from the men.
Perhaps I really am an elf, and will bring you a nightmare in your sleep tonight. Don't be surprised if you wake up screaming.
For a moment, it seems as though she has merged with the darkness, but when you blink, everything is back to normal.
By the gods! Isn't she magnificent in her role?
There is no denying what Rodario says.
Yeah. Он дойдем до той
The
деревни.
group isn't overly friendly towards Geralda, and this evening she's sitting once again apart from the others. You ask yourself what you can do to break the ice when you see that she has a file in her hand. The file is wrapped around with silver wire and has a snap lock. The liquid in it is black. Geralda opens the lid and takes a big swig. As she puts down the bottle, a smile flits across her face, followed by a short expression of deep satisfaction.
Наркота.
It is the first time that you have seen a positive emotion on the face of the somber dwarf.
Лекарство. Да, лекарство.
Medicine.
No, it's... I don't know either. If I don't drink it, I have a longing for it. It gets stronger and stronger until I can't stand it anymore. When I drink it, the longing disappears, and I feel rested and strong.
And when the file's empty?
I don't know. I don't know where I got the drink from, let alone what it is. But if I don't drink it, Frackers, give me strength. I think I would go crazy or die.
Geralda plays with the file, lost in her thoughts, as if she were trying to remember where she saw it for the first time.
До меня только сейчас дошло, что там-то связи нет. Дороги. Придется чапать потом назад пешком. Ла? Чего ж тут сделаешь?
You discover some ancient ruins and an orc camp in a gorge. A small group of Bognalim is moving between tents, piles of rubbish and cages. In one of the cages, you think you can make out some movement.
Вот. Вот и драки. Драки. Тамеранг, если тут. Сейчас еще раз увидишь. Наяву как это.
They're coming out the holes.
Ну чё, втроём?
My bag! Over there! Quick! You'll have to smoke them out!
А, не, вчетвером. Кого будет писать? Что это за способность? Струя пламени. Прикидывается мертвым. А, хорош. Хорош. Не, мне нравится. Ладно, давай ты тогда пойдешь с нами. Попробую так. Как-то и этого вот не люблю брать, при том, что он вроде на самом деле он сильный и хорош, но... Ладно, погнали. Там разберемся. Так.
Grenades! Throw them into the holes. That ought to stop the little beasts.
Your demise was inevitable. Metal force!
О, вот так вот типа можно остановить. Опа. Потом что-то делать.
I didn't hit you very hard.
Your demise
Another
was
one
inevitable.
bites the dust.
Kill. And again.
А так, в принципе, способности можно уже на ходу делать.
Vile creature.
Friends, I could do with some help.
And again.
Все равно умирает.
Die?
Huh?
Да, прикидывайся мертвым. Да, не очень, конечно.
I didn't hit you very hard.
Так, ага. Так, оп.
Another victory.
Так, еще. А, их всего 5. Хорошо.
I didn't hit you very hard. They're all here.
All of them.
What is it? Huh?
Yes?
Yes?
Блин, тот вообще отлетел. Вот это жопа. Так, надо последний этап. Уйти от меня, ну.
And again.
Так, стопай. Надо понять, откуда они лезут.
Another one bites the dust. Don't take it personally.
А, вон они где.
Too easy. Vile creature. What is it? And again. Kill.
Блин, у него же была способность прям расшвыривать, и куда-то он просрал, да.
creature. Killed. Vile creature. I didn't hit you very hard. Killed.
Так, в смысле тебя подписывают? Ауч, ауч, ауч. Так, ладно, будем в одиночку справляться.
Vile creature.
Что там остается?
Killed. And again.
А, кстати, да, можно же бомбой швырнуть.
Killed. Vile creature.
Ну, хотя да, тут уже никого что не осталось.
Killed. Vile creature. Killed.
Ну, они типа слабые, на самом деле, они просто толпой берут.
Vile creature.
Запином.
Very impressive, I must say. Let me out, my friends.
О, вот в лапку пошли. Посыпалось прям так. Вихрь. Полная вихрь хотел ему бахнуть. Все, ну он типа 10-й левел максимум здесь. Мы на 8-м, поэтому. О, давай вот это, пожалуйста. Это флакон, рассосается облако снотворного. Давай лучше снотворное, чем я ему дам яд, и яд будет моих же бить. Нет, спасибо. Отправляются, давайте таки будешь вот это делать.
Pile of wood. Or is it actually a pyre?
Давай, шрифы, спокойно. Мы сейчас, в принципе, локацию досмотрим. Тоже сворачиваться. И все он стоят. Толпа их.
Oh, thank you. Have you seen Helga? Helga? Helga! Where are you?
Она, кажется, померла. Видно. Или то она на статуе. Когда щавелем. Угу. Все непонятно. Хотя надо будет самому со стримом перекусить. Так, что я взял? Сонная трава. А, можно же было ее, наверное, взять. Кстати, для класса. Что она может? Вот так. Ее надо будет взять, на самом деле, наверное. Вместо этого мага, который не на мага. Стариком так еще. С чайным яйцом. Я такого даже не пробовал.
An improvised bracket on which you could hang something. Something's not quite right. Hello? I am Tungdil Goldhand. These are my companions, Boindil, Boendal, Rodario, Fergus and Namora, Bavragor and Goimgar.
Have you seen Helga?
No, we haven't. If you don't mind me asking, what is your name?
Call me Ensign and drop the pleasantries.
If I may, who is this Helga?
Helga? Where?
I don't know. I just wanted to know.
Helga is my wife. Didn't I mention that? We came here together, but then the orcs came and she was gone. Do you think she might have gone home? Helga!
You have a dark notion of what might have happened to Helga, but as you have no proof, you'd rather say nothing.
If you see her, you'll let me know, right?
Единственное, что меня напрягает, портрет, когда он говорит, и лицо, которое там, оно не совпадает. Еще борода другая.
I wanted to thank you. Your grenades really helped us.
Grenades? Oh, yeah, no problem. I used them to break up boulders, but I ended up attracting these pests. Who was to know there are Bognolum around here? And as if that weren't bad enough, along came the orcs and took me ox skull. Gosh! And Helga, where is Helga?
What brings you to these parts, Ensign? It's not exactly the nicest of places.
Aren't you here for the festival? The unbelievable Wackenstein Festival. My wife and I desperately wanted to see it for ourselves. The blind guardian, the statue over there, is the key. It calls people from far and wide to the festival. I finally found some information in the archives of Virunciensis as to how the guardian is activated.
Do you know anything about a secret passage through the mountains?
Secret passage? No, can't say I do. But they say that when the blind guardian awakens, then people will come to the festival from all corners of the world. Maybe they'll come from the mountains too.
So what have you found out about the festival, Ensign?
You see that statue? That's the blind guardian. You could call him the patron saint of Wackenstein. They say that when the festival begins, then the revelers heed his call from all corners of the earth. According to my research, we need 3 things to start the festival. A burning ox skull, the fire-eater bell, and vervain. I actually had it all, but, well, then the orcs came.
It should be easy to find an ox's skull. All we have to do is find a butcher.
Oh, it can't just be any old ox skull. It needs special decorations and engravings. Took me weeks to prepare that skull. Then the orcs came and took it. Must have thought it had some value.
So, we've got to hunt down an army of orcs. Boindil will like that. What do we do with the skull when we've got it?
Oh, well, that's simple. The ox skull must be set on fire.
You're not sure what kind of celebration needs a burning ox skull, but the mission doesn't sound too difficult.
Where will we find the fire-eater bell, and what kind of a name is that anyway?
Virunciensis. I'll track you down to a collector who lives outside the city in an estate on the south wall. According to the legend, the bell was mounted in a black tower. The tower caught fire. The bell fell down and smothered the source of the fire. Now, I'm sure you can work out the rest. The ringing of the bell opens the way for the blazing fire in our souls. At least that's what is written.
Virunciensis. So what are we waiting for? We'll visit the collector and...
It would be best if you went without me. I have some things to prepare here.
Vervain, doesn't that grow in Ergon? It's a hell of a long way from here.
Ha! Don't worry. I have a bag, where, just a minute. It's gone.
Is this what you're looking for?
Oh, yes, yeah, there it is. Oh, I thought I'd lost it.
You did lose it. To begin the festival, we need the...
Exactly. Then we need to set the skull on fire.
You're quite sure you're wasting your time? A huge festival in the middle of nowhere. But you pin your hopes on there being a spark of truth.
See you later, Ensign.
Let me know if you see Helga.
Не совсем понимать, типа обязательно или не обязательно. Слепой страж. Что надо подраться с ордой орков, получить сам череп. Ну ладно, в принципе можно будет поделать. Еда вроде еще есть, но это не точно. Нет. Там говорил, где Вера? Вена. Орти лагерь. Мне в общем сюда и вот сюда. Я понял, в чем фишка. Здесь орочий лагерь орков. Поэтому сюда лучше не идти, а типа обойти туда. Я понял. В общем, да, на этом мы сегодня закончим. Если ничего не поменяется, завтра тогда продолжим. Да, в целом игра прикольная. Если она недолгая, то тем более, ну так типа, будет нормально. Но есть не успеть. Ну а на сегодня всем, кто там дожил, спасибо за просмотр. Увидимся, когда увидимся. В общем, всем хорошего суток. Всем пока-пока.
To me, and it might have meant a thing or two if I'd known the difference. Emptiness, a lonely parody, and my life another smoking gun, a sign of my indifference. Always keeping safe inside when no one ever had a chance to penetrate a break-in. Let me tell you, some have tried, but I slammed the door so tight that they could never get in. Kept my cool on the lock and key, and I never shed a tear, and now the sign of my condition. The fear of love, a bit of vanity, it kept me on the run, the main events of my confession. Kept a chain upon my door that would shake the shame of gain into a blind submission. The burning ghost without a name was still calling all the same, but I just wouldn't listen. The longer I stole, the further I crawl, the further I crawl, the harder I fall. I was rolling into the fire. The more that I saw, the further I fall, the further I fall, the lower I go. I kept falling into the press the door and hold my shame, tearing off each piece of chain until they were broken. But no matter how I tried, the other side was locked so tight, the door it wouldn't open. Gave it all I got, started to laugh, they shouted for someone to open and look, let's scatter and get through the door. The more that I know, the harder I get, the harder I get, the harder I know. Just get break through the door. Yeah, yeah. Break down the door.